So we are designing our waterfront, the side. We are going to design this waterfront together with you. So I am leading this conference. My name is Hinkami, MC of 2023, the Joint Watersoul and Seoul Urban Policy International Conference. So today is really fine. It is really fine, and also blue and high sky we have in this autumn. So thank you very much for attending today's conference. This conference marked the third anniversary, and it is jointly held by Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Korea Planning Association. Jointly seeks ways to promote waterfront space to restore the bond with the water and the source of life. And also, we are having the theme on the waterfront, a space for relaxation and reflection. So, and also, we are having this conference to find the direction for the designing the waterfronts, the places and spaces in Seoul Metropolitan City. And this conference is spanning to 2 days, starting from yesterday and now continue to today. So we are having this conference in the Grand Auditorium of the Seoul Waterworks headquarters, and also we have live broadcast and then meeting the viewers through the YouTube channels. In this conference, we have the professionals, experts from home and abroad. So we are having this time to share the experiences and at home and abroad, and also have a discussion for that. So first, we're going to have an opening ceremony and then introduction of the distinguished guests, and also greetings from the Vice Mayor and also Vice President of Korea Planning Association. And then there will be a keynote speech provided by Director General Nam Jun-jo of Urban Planning of Seoul Metropolitan Government, and there will be a special speech by Mayor Klaus Luger of Linz, Austria. And then the opening ceremony ends with a commemorative photos taken with the distinguished guests. After that, we are going to have 2 sessions in the morning to share the experiences of domestic and foreign experts related to waterfront revitalization. And so in the morning, we have a session on 3, and also in the afternoon, we have a session 4. In the session 3, we are looking at and listening to the cases of revitalizing waterfront spaces as leisure culture centers. So from now on, you're going to start this 2023, the joint Watersoul Seoul Urban Policy International Conference themed with the waterfront space for reflection relaxation. Let's start. Thank you very much for attending this conference. First of all, we are going to introduce the distinguished guests. Every time I name this distinguished guest, please give us a big round of applause. First, so Vice Mayor Yu Chang-soo of Metropolitan City, please welcome him. Thank you very much. And Kwon Il, the Vice President of the Korea Planning Association, Kwon Il. Thank you. And also, for the special speech, we have Mayor Klaus Luger of Linz, Austria. He is from far away from Austria. Welcome. Thank you. And this Waterworks, we have the head of Seoul Waterworks, Yu Yeon-sik, is with us. So we have many distinguished guests, but I'm so sorry that due to time restraint, we are not able to mention each of you. Thank you very much for your understanding. Now, we are going to invite the congratulatory remarks by the Vice Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, Yu Chang-soo. Let me invite him on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to see you all. I am Chang-soo Yu, Deputy Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, Mayor Klaus Luger of Linz, Professor Franco Mancuso, Chief Architect Byung-geun Kang. Thank you for sharing your time with us. I also want to extend my gratitude to everyone for making this conference valuable. The two-day-long conference echoes the revitalization of waterfront spaces. Since Mayor Oh has taken the office, the most significant changes have been witnessed in these areas. The waterways flowing across Seoul are indeed the starting point of urban spaces and an infinite source of potential. It is particularly true for the Hangang River, which is the symbol of Seoul. The Hangang River Park has its strong status as one of the most visited places, hosting a variety of festivals and events. Seoul will continue to expand its creative architectural structures and create fun places for citizens in locations such as Northern Island, Yeouido, Sangam, and Duksam Island centered around the Hangang River to make Seoul an exciting and livable city. We aim to extend this change and energy to small streams across Seoul, making waterfront life accessible citywide. Along this journey of transformation, we will take a look at international cases. Linz, Austria, uses the Donau River as a harbor while specializing in creating various cultural and artistic spaces along the waterfront. In the UK, the installation of the London Eye on the Thames River bank has become a tourist attraction, visited by 3.5 million people annually, driving regional economic growth. Venice, Italy, the city of beautiful waters, maximizes experiences related to water in the daily lives of citizens and in the central spaces of the city. In the midst of discussing these cases and Seoul's innovation in waterfront spaces, I look forward to witnessing insight into the urban development direction. It is a rare opportunity to have the brightest mind of each field of areas in one place, which makes today's conference all the more meaningful with your rich experience and knowledge. I ask for your input to help waterfront spaces become the center of Seoul, eventually leading to the urban innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your wonderful remarks. The Vice Mayor mentioned the meaning and significance of this conference. As he said, we have a greater expectation toward this conference. Now, let me invite the Vice President Kwon-il of the Korean Planning Association. Also, this association is co-hosting this event, so please give him a warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Il-kwon, VP of Korean Planning Association. Before I enter the room, I just met Seoul City architect Byung Kang, explaining to me there are more than 200 streams and with a significant length. So I was so impressed with and agreed that we need a good urban planning. So as a citizen of Seoul, it was the first time I actually realized there are so many streams and rivers flowing across Seoul. Well, the president of the Korean Planning Association could not make his trip to the conference because of his has got another important appointment. So, following a domestic conference in May, where researchers from Korea gathered to discuss urban space innovation, with a focus on waterfront areas, I am very pleased to host an international urban policy conference today to draft a future of a waterfront space with global experts. Due to climate crisis and crisis fueled by fossil fuel usages, the importance of reducing our trips and enhancing a working living zone, gain traction, prompting space innovation of complex functions, that the boundary of living and working blurs, and working, living, and leisure are all there in close range. We are in a moment when a new experience and space creation, such as a shift from rigid urban planning system to a flexible and agile responding to future changes, multi-purpose land use scheme, and a space linked to waterfront green areas. Notably, today's international conference hosted by the city of Seoul aims to reflect a new normal trend where health and relaxation are valued, and people seek unique experiences with the objective of providing pleasant places for relaxation. Under the theme of On the Waterfront, a space for reflection and relaxation, I expect it to be an important platform for exploring the future of Seoul's waterfront spaces. Therefore, we hope that today's gathering will facilitate profound discussions and explorations of strategies for revitalizing and innovating waterfront spaces in Seoul. The keynote speech will be made by Director General Namjun Cho, and special speech will be made by Mayor of Linz, Austria, Klaus Luger. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude. And for the future advanced cases of waterfront usages will be presented by Professor Franco Mancuso from IUAV. And I also like to thank Edward Young for suggesting the case in the UK. The Hangang River, the past 100 years and the next 100 years will be represented by Sona Kim, chairperson of the Smart City Architecture Committee, Korea Institute of Architecture, and Professor Cha Hoon-koo from Hanyang University will also share his insights. Professor Hee Jung Lee from University of Seoul will also share her insight into it. And I would like to thank Director General Namjun Cho, Director Sung-guk Chung, Seoul City Architect Byung-gun Kang for making this conference possible. And my special thanks goes to everyone joined online for sharing your time. The city of Seoul is dedicated to efforts aimed at enhancing urban competitiveness, which is linked to the value of waterfront areas and creating attractive waterfront spaces for people to enjoy their leisure and cultural activities, so that the effort paid off a foundation for a new leap forward. As a continuum of the last domestic conferences, today, we explore overseas cases that will contribute to regulative improvement for the future waterfront spaces in Seoul. The pair of conferences hopefully serve a venue of exchange to enhance the city competitiveness. It's getting cold here, so please take well care of you. Thank you very much.
So, Vice President Kwon-il provided meaningful remarks. As he said, that we have a very important and also distinguished professionals experts in this area. And also, this is very a special occasion to discuss the future of the Seoul city's waterfront space. Now, we're going to have a keynote speech. So this speech will be provided by Jo Namjun, Director General of Urban Planning Bureau of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
네.
Good morning. I am Nam Jun-jo, Director General of the Urban Planning Bureau, Seoul Metropolitan Government. Since yesterday, you may have seen various cases of waterfront spaces. Today, I will walk you through how waterfront spaces in Seoul have changed and how they can be of a benefit down the road from an urban planning perspective. So I'm going to tell you the past of waterfront space in Seoul and then the trend of waterfront utilization of overseas. First, we will go back to the past, how it was used. Waterfront space where water, the source of life, and city face each other is a space of living and life. In Seoul, populated with 10 million people, the waterfront space has been loved in many ways in the memories of each citizen. From a long time ago, the waterfront has been a very familiar place to us. This is Cheonggyecheon stream, just like the picture shows, living a life, interacting with neighbors, etc. The center of life was the waterfront space. Over time, the spatial role of the waterfront has changed at the end of 1890s, but it always been with us, serving as the core of the water transportation economy. A central space in daily life and a symbol of the space of Seoul, represented by the miracle of the Hangang River. City planning has led to gradual transformation of Seoul's waterways. This is back to 1930s, which is very different from what we have right now. Particularly in the past, it was an island village, but right now this is Bamseom. Because we've gone through many changes, including flooding and other disasters, and thanks to many efforts before us, the Hangang transformed itself, providing benefits for the citizens of Seoul. Given the close relationship between urban planning and water spaces, the city of Seoul has long recognized the waterfront as a core resource of the city and meticulously managed the green spaces and landscapes of waterfront through the Supreme Statutory Plan, the Seoul City Master Plan. So it was so obvious that there was so many efforts and hurt into this. And we will look at how the Hangang was described. In 1990s, the waterfront space management is centering around the green space and landscape, such as parks and green spaces along the Han River embankment and ecological restoration. Subsequently, in the 2011 Seoul City Master Plan, measures were introduced to enhance accessibility to waterfront spaces and establish a system for waterfront parks. So this is the plan during the Hangang Renaissance 1.0. We expand the waterfront access beyond the Hangang River to the four streams. Stream park plans were developed with the major hubs, which would contribute to the economic growth. And then in the 2030, Seoul's urban planning focused on the restoration and excavation of the waterfront areas that have been disturbed by development projects. And Seoul was divided into 5 different districts, each with own waterfront management directions tailored to the local characteristics. And thanks to those efforts, there was many changes in the ecosystem of the Hangang River. More various aquatic plant and fish species have increased, showcasing the remarkable resilience of Seoul's ecosystem. However, due to a focus on flooding control and functional management, the perception of the waterfront has shifted from being a center to the outskirts. This is a recent feedback from the citizens when we developed the newest plan of the called the Greater Seoul. The accessibility was not so great, such as, for example, Bamseom or a few other places were visited many, and most of them are left neglected. The waterfront, which was once the foundation for urban development, has gradually become distanced from the daily lives of citizens due to rapid urbanization. It is crucial to unleash the untapped potential of the waterfront and strive to shift the city's spatial structure to be waterfront-centered. So now let's look at the utilizations of a waterfront space in overseas cities. And that will be delved into the overseas presenters later. Early on, large cities worldwide transformed their waterfront into attractive spaces. Unlike Seoul, they introduced cafes, restaurants, and cultural facilities to bring the waterfront spaces closer to the citizens. And sometimes they also utilize water resources with features like artificial island and waterborne transportation. They created a waterfront complex hub to drive urban growth. The first type of example involves the transformation of waterfront spaces into everyday spaces. This is San Antonio River in Texas. It features a deep tunnel controlling water level in commercial areas along the canal, vitalizing the regional economy. Also, the Chicago Riverwalk in the United States is another good example. It used to be polluted with cargo ships, but thanks to the government's sustained efforts, there are now recreational, cultural, and commercial facilities started to open businesses, turning the space into an area with a variety of stories. The second type involves active use of water resources. The islands are artificial islands built on the water. For example, Hudson River is transformed into a most loved destination around the world. And the Donau River added some of the features to attract more tourists around the world. And sometimes new transportations are also introduced around the waterfront. London's river bus on Hudson River is already frequently used, and the tram line installed along the waterside of Pearl River, Guangzhou, China, has gained significant traction from tourists and citizens. Establishing a network of transportation on the water and waterfront strengthens the connectivity between major city hubs. The third type showcases the creation of multi-purpose hubs in abandoned waterfront spaces. The former Hamburg harbor area, which had been a forgotten warehouse district on the waterfront, signifies such a good lesson to us. We can learn from this case. The Battery Park area in New York, now globally renowned for its waterfront hubs, went through a diverse waterfront landscape work through the redevelopment of an aged port district, becoming a global financial district. Turning to Tokyo, the Tokyo metropolitan government has envisioned a development plan incorporating waterfront spaces in the urban area, generating and contributing to the vitality of the region. Large cities around the globe has already laid out a new paradigm on the waterfront. Lastly, I will introduce endeavors of the Seoul metropolitan government for the future waterfront in Seoul. Seoul is a city rich in waterfront spaces with 40 rivers and around 30 small streamlets, both large and small, spread throughout the city, and approximately 12% of stream areas in the city's total area. Compared to the overseas case, Seoul has shown a focus on water controlling and has shown a limited utilization. To reshape Seoul into a waterfront-centered city, efforts are ongoing in various fields. First and foremost, the key objective of the 2040 Seoul City Master Plan presents the waterfront-centric space re-environment. We aim to transform the disjoint waterfront spaces into center of activities by strengthening the accessibility and establishing network to the destinations around the waterfront are included. Not only the Hangang River, but also the streams and streamlets will be comprehensively utilized to establish a waterfront-centered urban environment. The Han River, an iconic waterfront space in Seoul, will once again flow endlessly through the Great Sunset Han River project, theming nature and mobility, vitality, and charm. Seoul will become more livable and a new standard of a global attractive city. Large and small rivers flowing throughout Seoul will also be revitalized alongside the city, unearthing hidden waterfront and transforming them into spaces centered around daily life. Restoration and creation of the waterfront spaces in Seoul ranged not only the Hangang River but also the four streams and streamlets for citizens to enjoy them anywhere in Seoul. Thank you for listening.
네, 기초 발제 잘
So thank you very much for your wonderful keynote speech. Director General talked about the past of the waterfront side of the Seoul city and also utilization methods as a future of the space. I also mentioned its presentation. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have a special speech. The Mayor Klaus Luger, Mayor of Linz, Austria, visited us, and also he's going to talk about waterfront revitalization in Linz, Austria.
stage for your presentation. 네, 클라우스 류거 오스트리아 린츠시 시장님.
So Mayor Klaus Luger of Linz, Austria, please welcome him with a round of applause.
Vice Mayor, the Auditorium, thanks for being here, for your invitation, and I try to use my time to show you a little bit about how we dealt in our city with the waterfront. First of all, you have to imagine that Linz is a city, let's make it like this, on the river Danube. We are a city, switch over now, and bring you some figures and numbers about the city so you can see. First of all, we are an increasing town. Over the last 10 years, the population increased by 10%. We have about 212,000 inhabitants now. The structure is completely different to other countries. More than a third of our population are people with migrational background. You can see here that in the eastern part, there's the center of industry. In our city, 220,000 people find their working places. So on the other hand, we have only 212,000 people who are living there. And so that's why Linz is called the economic and industrial backbone of Austria. You can see the very different situations in the city. Our structure is clear. The northern and the southern parts are greenland. The eastern part is the zoning for industrial and commercial area. And on the other hand, you find the houses and the building land where the 212,000 people live. We have two rivers. The most important one is the Danube and the smaller one called Traun. And these two rivers divide our city into two parts. One of a specific thing, and here we're talking a little about in the next 20 years about the role of Danube, is that we have a lot of commuters. Every day 110,000 people move into the city. And that's why our most important transformation process is the challenge of public transport systems. So I mentioned our workplaces and employees. That's a specific here even in Austria. And now let's talk about the main topic of today, and this is how we interact with our river. First, one impression, you can see the northern part and the central part and the river Danube. On the western part, we have green area zones in the middle. That's the center of the city on both sides of the Danube. And the eastern part, as I mentioned before, that's the part of economic and industrial production. Some pictures, how it changed. Here you can see pictures from the 1950s on the left side, and on the right side you can see how it changed within the last years in the center of our waterfront. So these are archive photos. There's been a former iron bridge. It has been completely reconstructed during the 1940s. The lower Danube bank that also changed now completely, but that's the inner central area of our waterfront. We have great problem in our big problem in our city. That's the flooding areas. The Danube, within the last years, we had nearly each 30 years very high flooding situations. And here you can see on the map that a lot of urban spaces where we now try to have activities, the development of the inner city, are part of these flooding areas. So this is one of our main challenges, to deal with these problems by construction flooding prevention, which worked in the last years, but before, and that has been a reason why our population has always been a little bit afraid of the river, because we had flooding areas and a lot of damages. And so our people needed a long time to come near to the river, although it is just part of the center. And here you see some pictures from one of the most heavy flooding situations in the 1950s. These pictures are from the last flooding era. That's the old city, that's the historic traditional part of the center, and it all has been flooded. I just want to show you some snapshots just to get a little bit impression about it. That's the western entrance to our city, and we have here mountains, areas which are not allowed to build houses. You can see it on the smaller photos. The old castle of Linz and the entrance with the new bridges. The over one is now constructed, and the lower one is a bridge since more than 80 years. The next picture shows you how we use in this small part of the city our land use. The red one is for housing and for traditional commercial initiatives and housing. The green one is the heart of the waterfront zone, and the more blue ones and violet one is the industrial zone. So within an area of about, let's say, 6 kilometers, we have all land uses you can have in a city. The residential and commercial areas are situated as well along the Danube. The most important parts of the city where you find the restaurants, hotels, where young people go out, but even our University of Fine Arts and so on, they are here. These mixed use areas in the inner city, I have to confess, are not always easy to deal for politicians. as all over the world, some people want to have their quiet zones, others want to have party, let's call it like this. And even in this inner city situation, we find all these different interests the society has to, even in land use. And I'll show you afterwards how we try to deal with this situation. On the border to the waterfront zone, there are the most important infrastructure of our city. One is the pedestrian zone, that's the commercial area, and on the other hand is the main square with the city hall, and it's even an open space where we have a lot of cultural activities. It's only 100 meters away from the water zone, so everything is very compact in this part of the waterfront. We had a recreational and a cultural mile along the river between these two bridges on the western part of our waterfront. And you can see it on the picture here with this, there's a lot of green. It's completely public open space. And we have a lot of activities. People just can go there, they can walk, jogging. They sometimes only spend their time there as well as organized activities, just like concerts. Second part is this protected area between our new bridge and an artificial lake. That's the northern part of the waterfront, and this will stay as a protected area. That's very necessary, not only because of the floods, that's part of the flood regulation system, but it's also very important here to have in a very inner city situation that we here have space that it's completely natural. There are birds, animals. You can just like you can behave a little bit just like in the mountains, but it's within the city and surrounded by housing. And then it's the third area on this waterfront, that's the harbor and industrial area, where we try to open this area since years. It's not only more a restricted industrial area of production, it is switched over to a more or less more used area in our city. The only closed thing is, of course, the industrial area. Our steel company, you can compare it with POSCO in Korea, has its main quota here. They produce as well as fine steel as POSCO does. We are nearly very similar to each other. Voestalpine is the name of our company. And of course, this will stay as an industrial area without any compromises, because that's what we need for production. So the most important thing that happened within the last year has been a cultural and public assets in our city. I show you only these things which are nearly part of the waterfront side. The first and most important thing is the so-called Ars Electronica Center. We also call it the Museum of the Future, and here we deal with all the challenges of digitalization since more than 35 years. So we have been on the front of progressive to use the possibilities of digitization. We were not afraid about it in our city, as in a lot of European countries you can find this situation. And Ars Electronica Center is a mixture of a museum. And on the other hand, it's a part of the process in cooperation with universities all over Europe and even now worldwide. And with this Ars Electronica Center in the years 1980 and onwards 2003, when it has been reconstructed, that's the heart of the technological progress in our city. And it's near on the Danube, part of the waterfront. Second thing, we have a Museum of Modern Arts. It's situated completely near the Danube in this high floating zone we have to confess, and so it has not been easy in the construction, and it has not been very cheap, but it has been a signal that we want cultural activities and even for modern arts in our city on this place on the waterfront. Linz is the city of Anton Bruckner, as we call him our composer. It's not as Mozart for Salzburg, but Bruckner is our local hero. And we have a city concert hall. In next year, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of this concert hall. And one of the most important conductors has been Herbert von Karajan. He is responsible for the acoustic situation in this house. In the harbor scene, we have something very special, the so-called Mural Harbor Gallery. It's the European's largest urban art project, where we spent all these buildings, most of them belong to a company run by the city, by the municipality, and it's open gallery since years. We have a former tobacco company which now hosts more than 3,000 people, completely in the process of innovation, startups, and digitalization. It's, again, 100 meters far away from our waterfront. This is an artificial lake, just to show you the impressions on the northern side. This is a very natural area, and families like this very much in summer to stay there. Entrance is free and everything is free organized here. These are some impressions of the recreative areas and open spaces, and these open spaces are completely without any commercial interests. We have them on other places, but this is free for our citizens. The Danube Park is used also since more than 50 years as a park for sculptures and for national as well as for international artists. We have a new railway bridge within this, and I'm very proud of this football stadium because we have two teams in our city, and this is my team, and they have a new stadium now. And last weekend we did not lose at home because we won't become champion, but we are on the way to stay in the Premier League, and this is a new stadium, also completely near the Danube area. And I just want to show you, for the last 5 minutes, some activities. We have a festival of Ars Electrona. It's one of the most important worldwide festivals for media arts. We have several music festivals all along in this area on the Danube for very specific kinds of music for younger people, international stars as well as jazz and all modern styles of music. We have the International Festival of Anton Bruckner, of course. And we have one thing, this is the Visualized and Classic SoundCloud, where we host about 100,000 people always in the second Saturday in September in our Danube Park. And that's a ferry twice a year for 10 days, where some of our citizens don't work so much as in the other times, because it's a little bit like Oktoberfest in Munich. Just some impressions. Last year we had the Lieder Sounds Musical Festival, the first time. There were 60,000 people on the same area where we have other times our ferry. So this is one not natural park. This has been a former parking space, and now we use it for cultural activities and big festivals with more than 40, 50, 60,000 visitors. The ferry, for instance, has more than 500,000 visitors within these few days. And that's the Visual Classic SoundCloud. Here you can see it with a lot of visualization, yeah, and classical music. And just one last point about the future projects and the outlook, what we are doing here. The next thing is all these circles you can see here are infrastructural buildings I showed you now. One thing happened within the last years. We got a digital mile. It's the new economic and technological spirit in our city. And we have it here with a lot of companies. There are now working more than 10,000 people only in this new field of economic production of IT products. We have a former meatpacking district, and it will be reconstructed within the next years. Our plans are that there's a mixed zone of, on the one side, housing, on the one side, to become more green into this inner part of the city, and open space. That's the most important thing we have to do on this place. And here you can see first ideas how we could develop, and we're building houses higher than 10 or 12 floors because we want to save the ground for more for green areas, and housing is going up as everywhere in the world. Here you can see it once more. We are constructing a new regional light rail in Linz. That's a very important project for us because I mentioned before that we have more working spaces than people living in the city, so they have to come in and out every day. And here we are constructing this new regional light rail, which also will be part of the Waterfront in connecting it with the surroundings even of the city. These are some special things, and that's the last thing, and I'm very proud about it. I mentioned we changed the structure of our harbor, and the harbor district has already developed into a place with industry and art and culture now. And we have here one situation that we have on the roof of an infrastructure building. It's open park and space for people. It opened 5 weeks ago, and next year we are planning to make it more public, more activities there, and that will be on the eastern, or let's say southeastern part of the waterfront, our new infrastructural development in the port of Linz. And here just some impressions. That's the roof, top roof area. On the other side, of course, a lot of photovoltaic PV installations. And now the last thing about our
wächst
harbor
nicht nur in
city.
den Süden, sondern auch in den Osten. Bis
Here you can see the harbor.
2026 soll im Linzer
Sorry, it's
Hafen
just in
ein
German.
Stadtteil entstehen. Der Linzer Hafen. Als Städte
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once more for inviting me in this wonderful and great city of Seoul.
네, 시장님 발표 잘 들었습니다. 특별 연설이
Thank you very much for your wonderful speech. So we are able to get a glimpse of the rivers of the now, and also this rivers has transformed into the venue of the arts and culture, and also the projects for the vitalization of the waterfront side were also mentioned in the presentation. So we are able to get they share certain the advanced examples of waterfront utilization. We also have similar programs in the afternoon, so please enjoy the content. In the last part of this session, we're going to have a commemorative photo session with the distinguished guests. Let me invite the distinguished guests on the stage, and then we will have we will take photos. After that, we are going to set the stage and then go ahead with the next session. Once again, I'd like to extend my thanks to all the speakers, also distinguished guests. Please follow the guide for the photo session. So for this meaningful conference, we have the organizer, the public servant officers of Seoul Metropolitan City, as well as the staff members of the Korea Planning Association, as well as distinguished guests from abroad. So please follow the guidance of our staff members so that we can take a commemorative photo soon.
네, 좀 포즈를 좀 바꿔볼까요? Would like to change the pose. 자, 오른쪽 팔.
So we're going to change the pose and so raise your right hand and make a fist. So please, when I say the waterfront, the vital hub, please say so. Once again. So why don't you have a finger of heart? Thank you. So this concludes the photo session. Please go back to your seat. So right now it is 11:02. So we're going to have a time to set the stage, and then we will immediately start this session 3. We have a session 1 and session 2 and panel discussion yesterday, and today we have a session 3 and session 4 as well as panel discussion in the afternoon. So after we set the stage, we will soon start session 3.
네, 자 그럼 세션 시작하도록.
So now we're going to start the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Now we're going to start session 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. Session 3, we have 2 speakers and 2 presentations.
네, 2023
So 2023 to join Watersoul and Seoul Urban Policy International Conference. We are having the session 3. Session 3 topic is utilization of waterfront space at the Leisure and Cultural Center. We have 2 speakers from the Italy and also the England. So let me invite the first speaker. So IUAV at the Architectural University of Italy. We have a Professor Franco Mancuso, and he's going to talk about rehabilitation and revitalization of port waterfronts in Italian experience. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Oh, very much for your invitation me to participate in this very important international meeting on the topic of revitalization of waterfront. And thank you for allowing me to be in Seoul again, a city I am very fond of. I will talk about the experience conducted in Italy on the topic of revitalization of a port waterfront, trying to put in evidence where the factors that determined the success of our interventions. Why ports, waterfront? Because in Italy is a country entirely surrounded by sea, by 2 seas, the Tirreno on the left and the Adriatic on the west, the left. And because in Italy there are 7,914 kilometers of coastline, and there are 37 port cities, very important, which are shown in that map. In this regard, it is necessary to consider the fact that quite all the port waterfronts in Italy belong to historic cities, and that the ports are mostly historic ports themselves. In the last half of the century, there has been very soon the need to modernize the ports, and many of the ancient ports have therefore been abandoned, and the old abandoned ports have been redeveloped, often with very positive results. Before examining 2 concrete cases of waterfront revitalization, I want to mention the reasons for the success of the positively initiatives undertaken in Italy. First, we have to consider the increase in contact and the relationships between the port and the historical city. Second, the recovery and the enhancement of existing port facilities of historical interest, buildings, equipment, technological apparatus, cranes, lighthouses, and so on. The preservation of historic contact lines between water and land, the multiplicity of housed functions, the many open spaces for different kind of communities, citizens, of course, but also students, tourists, and so on. The agreement between operators, port authorities, and the municipalities, cultural institutions, schools, universities, and so on. And finally, the use of languages of modern architecture. I will talk about all this by referring to 2 different port cities in which important and different waterfront development operations have been launched in recent decades. The cities are Genova, facing the Atlantic Tirreno Sea, and Venice, facing the Adriatic, the eastern part of this world. Genova. Let's start with Genova. Genova, in a comparison between a 16th century map and a contemporary area. The old maps shows the hill city surrounded by walls, the port basin with a naval arsenal for building ships, and all the area is full of vessels. The large, long natural dams protecting the port with the lighthouse and so on. The area recent photo shows a new large dam protecting the coastline, not only the port. The new port with the airport and docks for large ships and large spaces for road and railways for the connections with the hinterland. The new port was inaugurated in 1999 and the ancient port was abandoned but was relaunched 2 years later. Now some images of the Porto Antico, the old port, before abandonment. A map of showing the port, the arsenale, and the walls, and the area of the port. Some pictures showing the situation of the port before the abandon. You may see sailing and steamships, cruising ships, very small water spaces in case, shallow waters, brick warehouse separating the port from the city, and trains and so on. This was the situation. No contact between the port and the city. The situation changed when the municipality of Genova realized the idea to host the celebration for the anniversary of the discovery of America. Why? Because Cristoforo Colombo was born in Genova. So immediately Genova, the municipality, did a plan proposing to use the all the area of Porto Antico you have seen before, abandoned and not more used. This important program was to be conducted in agreement with the Port Authority, regional and national government, municipal administration, the universities, and many other groups. Here are the ports and the realization. A sketch done by the architect charged for the project was Renzo Fiano, showing the opening the port to the city, to the town, and also the saving and valorizing all the contact between port and the city. A model shows exactly what they wanted to get. The reuse of many of the building existing warehouses and so on, because of the values of each building, the reuse of the case, the bank, and the reuse of the arsenale to host an important museum. some pictures to show you what was the idea to improve the relationships between the sea and the town using the existing abandoned very well. This is an aerial map after the works, which shows the opening of the contacts with the city, many public spaces, a square, a covered square, reuse of some buildings, and many new buildings for special function. This is the Arsenale and so on. I show you very quickly. This is a poster just only for visitors, but you may see, for example, the great cotton warehouse, which now is a place with a big auditorium, a library, and many spaces for the citizens. The square covered for fast happenings, every kind of meeting between people, students, visitors, and so on. This is the aquarium with all the kind of fishes coming from the ocean, the sea between Europe and America, a biosphere, a space with a protected atmosphere with plants, trees, and so on. The reuse of some buildings, interesting, the entrance and the buildings for the offices of the old port. Sorry? The main door, the only part of the wall surrounding the arbor which was saved, restored. The Magazzini del Cotone, cotton warehouse renewed, now is the situation. The crane, all the cranes have been saved as a symbol of the port, the functions. Auditorium inside of the building, and an enormous crane called Bigo, which is similar to an old Bigo, an old crane existing, not used, with an elevator, which is to everybody, very used by students, by visitors, because from the elevator you have a fantastic view of the town. The biosphere with plant, trees, and so on, coming from America. The Arsenale, the place for building the ships, and probably during the construction, one of the ships hosted, probably the ships used by Colombo are similar to this and other. A submarine which is visited, you may go and enter and have a view of how to work, how to live inside. Aquarium with fishes, any kind of, students come continuously, not only from Venice, enjoying the amount of the fishes. The square, this is a covered square with for fast meeting, concert, and so on. Well, the success was enormous. Now Genova is visited by an enormous amount of tourists. The students go frequently to the port just to meet, to work, during the evening there are fast concerts and contacts are very rich and very frequent. The case of Venice is a bit different, but for some reason it's similar. Venice is in the middle of the lagoon. It's not open to the sea as Genoa. We have dikes here. But the dikes in Venice protect the lagoon, not the town. The town, the port, which was very important, the most important port of the Adriatic Sea, does not need dikes because the lagoon is very protected. And in fact, in this, I will use this map, which was printed 5 centuries ago, just to show you the difference of the port. If we compare with that of Genova. No docks. The ships are at anchor in front of the city. Not port warehouses. Why? Because the warehouses are in the city, are diffused, are not specialized. Well, some fragment of this map, just to show. Sorry. In the previous map, look at the Arsenale. The Arsenale is inside of the city. It's not, as in Genova, out of the city in the port. It's part of the city. The vessel in front, at anchor, and the Arsenale. Enormous working place because they built ships, sails, everything necessary for navigation and so on. And this is a fragment of the town showing the warehouses. This is the custom warehouse with the tower, and this is salt, port salt. These are for wood and so on. We have many warehouses diffused on the city. All at a certain moment in 19th century ships changed steam propulsion and the propellers soon arrived in Venice. Here new ships in front of the island of San Giorgio. And here, this is a sail ship, but we have also modern kind of ships. It was not more possible to save the function of a port in a situation like this one. All changed when, in the mid of 19th century, the railways arrived to Venice. Venice was an island, but at a certain point in the mid 19th century, the railways arrived, and Venice had been joined with the mainland. So a real modern port was built in this position, in contact with the railways in this situation. Before it was here, the port, the basin. This is the map, the plan for the construction of the new port. The railways, the bridge arrived from the mainland, the entrance, basin, and so on. The port was very successful. With docks, etc., as you have seen before. Some images of the port, cranes, warehouses, silos, enormous traffic, and so on. But at a certain moment, the port of the opening of a new port produced the opportunity to build, to construct new factories in Venice. For example, this large mill. For example, we had many mills at the beginning using for the bell tower of abandoned church, but at a certain moment building a new enormous building like this one, and other, and crane and docks, and was a very successful. Yes, I go. This in black, you may see all the areas used for port functions and for industrial activities. But this new situation was not sufficient. At a certain point, the Port Authority decided to do the excavation of a new canal and to have a new port in this position. So the old port of Venice has been abandoned, and this is the situation on the mainland. The abandoned factories are visible in these pictures. In recent years, the municipality, with an agreement with the Port Authority and so on, decided to improve the three main historic waterfront existing, this in front of the Arsenale and these two in front of the Canale della Giudecca, which was the port, with interventions which had a high level of approval among the city public. The inhabitants accepted, and the students, tourists. And let's look very quickly now the relationships. The idea was to have a link very, 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 very hard, very clear, between the factories and the abandoned areas and the waterfront and the bank where people move. Waterfront Arsenale, the municipality decided to, and also the port authorities and the military authorities, Institute for Maritime Studies, research center, exhibition space for the Biennale, dry docks, Naval History Museum, and also the dockyard for the town. Let's look very quickly. The entrance, the waterfront for people standing. This is for the museum, the aerial view of the Arsenale, the crane, which was restored, is a real monument of this basin. Ships belonging to the history of Venice, as in Genoa. In this case, naval study is sort of a university for young students, where they sleep, places for meeting, and offices just realized and now are full of people working, and so on. Spaces for exhibition. These spaces belong today to the Biennale of Venice. Dry dock for Venice. Cranes. This is a comparison. This belongs to the port of Venice, and this belongs to the port of Genoa. They are symbol, a monument. The second waterfront, that of Giudecca, a large steam mill become a conference center, which housing, and a beer factory, social housing, a watch factory, social housing again, a nautical center for the inhabitants. Let's see, this is the enormous building of the mill, historical picture showing the amount of ships going there for bringing materials for working, and now is an hotel with a conference center, a center for meeting and happening and so on. was a brewery producing beer, abandoned after one report went to the mainland, and now it's a complex of social houses, and people enjoy very much to live in this place because it's very comfortable, belong to the history of Venice. Look, this was an area used by Junghans, a German firm producing watch, and abandoned. And this is the situation with houses for students, in this position, a theater for the citizen and so on. This is a place, a warehouse, where we have the possibility to put the, we are as Venetians, we need boats, and this is the place where to, it's a sort of garage for boats, public housing again, and finally the Waterfront Zattere. The Venetian cotton mills and port warehouse become university architecture. Port Authority offices, Port Warehouse become an auditorium, Timber Depot University Library, exhibition spaces for association and so on, and a special place for events. This was the cotton factory. Now is the Istituto Universitario di Architettura. I worked there, I teach there for many years. Which with open space in front for students, very beautiful rooms inside. Offices of the port now become again offices and for firm in Venice. The Port Authority office, this is during the work now is open, is a fantastic way. This was a church, a medieval church, become a warehouse for the port, and now is an auditorium, with the auditorium built inside of without modifying the architecture. This is again a group of port warehouses now are part of our university and the other university. The situation before and now, full of students. The warehouse of the custom now look today exactly with the same shape of the map you have seen before. Now, and this is the salt warehouses with the ships bringing the salt from the lagoon. Now are placed for foundations, cultural groups, exhibitions, and so on. This was a timber warehouses, was bought by university and become the library, one of the library of the university, faculty of history, faculty of economy, and the students go there. It's a very comfortable place just in front of the lagoon, so they can bring the books and stay and still studying or reading books and so on. And my final picture. This was the place for ships reaching Italy with countries along the Mediterranean Sea, Spain, etc. Look at these ships. This was taken before the war. Now it's been transformed into a place, as in Genova, for happenings, meetings, and so on. And may we see the video, please? Is used also from people and friends coming from other country. Last year we had the pleasure to have in Venice the group of taekwondo. We are just in front of the waterfront. Ecco, grazie.
흥미로운 시간이
There was an interesting presentation that says what urban waterfront is from the Italian experiences. So the visual, the data, and the material were well prepared. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, Professor. So now let me invite the second speaker. The Professor Edward Yang of Seoul National University prepared this presentation with the topic Urban Waterfront British Experience. So let me invite the Professor Yang on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Let me introduce myself. I am Edward Yang. I'm Korean, but 1997 I went to UK and then I stayed there and then I got the nationality, citizenship of the UK. So I went to UK because I studied abroad, and I also underwent the PH and the master courses. I was architect by training. I'm not sure why this spatial designing is something that closer to me, because space gives a certain ability and power. So that power is so strong. So my MA also focused on the Santa Monica in Los Angeles. I studied that, and also my PhD course, I obtained a PhD in UK, Yokohama, and Motive, and Sheffield, and Wales. I traveled around during the Asian financial crisis. That much, I spent a lot of money on my study. So my family invested a lot. So for a long time, I went abroad and studied abroad. I also stayed in UK, but my Korean government provided a certain opportunity to work for the country. So in the Busan, there is a larger space. So I'm not sure whether you know the project. So Smart Village is in the Busan, and that's I've also suggest from the UK about the Smart Village, but also again there is another project in Daegu City for the relocation of the international airport. So that large area project was proposed to me. So 5 gentlemen from the Daegu City government visited me and then suggested to work for my hometown. So this is the 3rd year that I work for the Daegu Metropolitan City for the relocation of the international airport. And also there was another project that I involved in Korea regarding Saemankum reclamation area. So creating the certain road in the reclaimed seaside. That's something that I've been involved in. So I am invited for this conference. I believe that the opportunity is way over than overwhelming than my capacity. So I believe that I has been inspired by the hardware and many experiences that I had obtained in UK. So the organizer asked me to share the experience in UK. So I need to finish on time, 12 o'clock sharp, so I need to make it brief. So UK is the home to industrial revolution, and inflation and the price of the materials is something that needs to be, cautiously approached. So not just water, but also the material and also transportation of this, the supplies. Should have been transported through the transportation route and the canal. So there was a potential cities that can have an importance in the UK. So you know that there's a uniform, small, medium, and also large. So from that perspective, I'd like to give the size-wise waterfronts and the examples of UK about their waterfront regeneration work. So let me give you the conclusion first. So you already learned a lot of experiences. In the 21st century, there is a spatial revolution. When I left Korea in 1997, I already the situation in 1997 in Korea is really different from the current time in Korea. So I believe that the waterfront space for Seoul City and consensus about that will be very much the current challenge for advanced countries. This is a kind of signal that the country already made inroads into the advanced countries. Our lifestyles has been already advanced. So the job creations and something that we need to depend on, how we can create this kind of a workplaces and worksite and living places. So I believe the competitiveness of the Seoul city will be the competitiveness of the country. So in terms of approaching the waterfront spaces, there's some certain the upgraded policy concern, so that we need to upgrade and update our the regenerating our waterfront space. So there's a waterways that we created in the country. So we secured 520,000 square kilometer the water roads in our country. So this road is going to be connected to Kumo River. So no longer we need to go to the Venice. We can have fun in the waterways in Korea. So there are two keywords about that. That are the spatial turn and cultural turn. So space asset will be the brand of the city, like your clothing. The city itself can become a brand. Then you can wear and it can be boast about. So now there is a deepest interest in the cultural turn about the city and the space. There are various factors that make the space striking and stand out. Transportation, something to eat, something to see, but integrate the way I should say that cultural element is something that we need to have because fortunately we have a very strong foundation of economic elements in industries. Within that kind of a fundamentals, what we need to add is cultural elements. So cultural elements well reflected in certain space. That is included in my doctoral thesis. What is the manifestation of the cultural tone? That is a waterfront space. So if you have a successful waterfront space, it means that you are very much successful in their culture regeneration. So you need to add the cultural element to the space. And 12% of this entire land account for the waterfront. This is a direct link to this life of each citizen. So we need to have a technical and smart technology, but the perfect smart technology is nature-based solution. You just stay in the nature, and then you can have a perfect, leisure time. So waterfront space is the manifestation of the cultural turn and spatial turn. That's my conclusion in my study for a long time. So where I travel to, this is the places where I spend a lot of money and also experience. So the starting point is Baltimore. So my study about the waterfront started from the Baltimore. Let me talk about the waterfront in Baltimore. So more people visited to Baltimore than in Disneyland. So in 1981, 1.1 mile unit land area, the most profits are coming from this Baltimore in terms of a unit profit per area. So I also traveled not just in Baltimore but also Yokohama and Dubai. I traveled Dubai with the mayor. So starting from the Baltimore inner harbor, I went to the Bilbao. Even I went to the Busan Eco Data City that I worked on before. So trillion level of the budget has been spent to this kind of a different, waterfront space. Whether it is coming from itself or by others, there's a certain good vision for the waterfront space in each country. Tourism and culture all can be well designed in waterfront space, but there should be certain different design depending on the local context. So I'm going to give you the conclusion first, since I don't want to chase by the time. So we need to make a certain distinguishment regarding the waterfront. So spatial environment is still under this dilapidated situation. Still, we have a certain remnants of the Japanese colonial rule. When I say the modern and then contemporary and postmodern, so postmodern became also the old terminology. Now we have a fourth industrial revolution and digital era. So the waterfront, it should be the venue for cultural production and consumption, like the case in Venice. So the placeability is very important. So if you have a date in the waterfront, you might spend more money. And in the waterfront, so 20% higher in the housing price. And this is not my thought. This is from the statistics from British Railway. So means that the cultural capital, production and consumption are vividly and lively, taking place in the waterfront. And there is a certain social role for the waterfront. Like the IPO, waterfront is very much advantageous in terms of capitalization. It also boosts economic revitalization, helps urban branding and marketing, and also it enhances quality of life. So Seoul City government, Seoul City has a waterfront site, including Han River, quite a lot. So it could be a big asset for not just for the Seoul City, but also for the country entirely. So regarding this kind of a waterfront, role and features, we need to kind of utilize it and then create a certain cultural capital. K-culture and K-wave is not a temporary trend and phenomenon. Cultural trends should be combined with the waterfront, how we can reconstruct the space so that it can be well used and conveniently used, comfortably used by the people. If we solve this issue, rest of them can be resolved by the policy. And people visiting there will create the space, and contents will be voluntarily created and produced. So when I look at the cases like the UK, what happened to their waterfront space? Let me give you the example about London Dockland regeneration. It is a very big place. In 1981, starting from the Prime Minister Thatcher, and 1997, So there is a London Dockland Development Corporation. It was a temporary organization worked for the Dockland regeneration. So they evaluated 4 elements. First, the financial and also planning authorities all belong to this corporation. So there was a commercial growth and development at the time, but later it aligned with the London Olympic hosting. The land that is almost similar to the size of the capital was abandoned. So land use was very much low at that time. So in 1997, after this regeneration plan, it became the successful case and attracting more attention from the people. So let me go to the basic. So when Dockland was regenerated, redeveloped, so I also went there during my study. So the principle of this regeneration is not to fill all the empty space. If we fill all the space in Dockland, I don't think we can have a successful case of Dockland. So there is the airport, the fast-growing airport in Europe. So this gives a kind of boost in the area. So if we fill all this waterfront, there will be no success. The London Olympics were also hosted according to the river near there. So for the Millennium Festival, there was the Michael Jackson concert there. Even though he passed away, I missed out this opportunity to attend this concert. Still, according to along this waterfront, there is a reproduction of a culture. Since there is a waterfront, housing and also industrial environment has been boosted. Still, regeneration development is underway. And second is a little smaller scale of the regeneration. Have you ever heard of novel Treasure Island? So that's the book that you need to read during your childhood. So there is a waterfront, and for the 10 years and 20 years, every 10 years, there is a urban regeneration plan by the city government. So this is a kind of a part of a Treasure Island. And so next one is Birmingham, 2 hours away from the London. So I believe Birmingham accounts for 40% of convention in the city. That was 10 years ago. How come Birmingham account for this kind of a various MICE industry? So the key part of the MICE industry lies not just in meetings but also the cultural items, things to enjoy. So festive marketplace has been formed according to the waterfront, along with the historical sites. Overall, this site has become famous. Even the former U.S. President Clinton visited. And what about the housing condition, environment? So south part of a London Dockland river, I believe that there is a kind of successful case. LH also benchmarked it. And in 2000, Labour Party was elected for consecutively 4 times. So 21st century housing condition prototype, new urbanism, urban village, original form were all reflected in this case. Still in the exploration stage, but in terms of space, what it can do best. From that perspective, I believe this is a successful case. You can see that this progress is underway connecting to the dome. In front of it, there is a Thames River. And ecological park along the waterway. So 30% are the ordinary people's housing. So here, the quality of life of the ordinary people has been enhanced along this waterfront regeneration. In the middle of housing complex, there is a waterfront. I believe that there are some people who've been there. The basics are all there. So in terms, this waterfront space makes certain contribution to enhancing the quality of the people. So this waterfront space is something that residents can share together. So here you can see. I understand even you want to access Han River, there's a heavy traffic, but maybe we can benchmark this and then we can globally launch how can we make the best use of Han River through the different regeneration planning. So maybe we need a renovation to attract the large size boat and yacht. And I believe that here, Arabet, the waterways, that project, I worked for that in the previous work site. So through the boat, you can travel through this river. I believe sometimes we need a bold move attempt so that we can see the new pattern of the housing conditions along the Han River. That requires a systematic and institutional change. You know about Seoul, when you travel around the Seoul city, you can see that very much is stylish and advanced parts way better than in London. But however, through the regeneration waterfront space, we can enhance more, attracting more commercial adventure needs. Another innovation that you can refer to is so this is located in Scotland, 18 hours drive from London through toward the north side. There's a Pork. So some people say that Pork is something that 4 major river regeneration project in Korea benchmarked. So this is the area which were kind of dilapidated due to the canals and railways. So in the regeneration, during the process of regeneration of these waterways, there is a bold attempt. So you can see that the canal was drifted. So in order to see this, tourists, about 300,000 tourists are coming to this city. So technically, there is a kind of high, water level changes. You can see that during the winter, this water level is low, and the summer, water level is high. So when we had a similar waterfront space regeneration, maybe you can benchmark this. We have also the branches, streams of the Han River. So why don't we adopt a advanced cutting-edge technology so that we can have this kind of artificial waterways. So when you are using these waterways by train, you also pay for that. So it would be a kind of sources for revenue. And left side, you can see London. As you know, London is not just the city for UK. There are the European investments and investments from around the world. And students are all coming from the different countries. But the housing issues, the problems, and also infrastructure to support this housing, how also supply this, that's the certain challenges and issues that London city government should solve. and also this residential areas for the middle ordinary people. How can we solve the supplies of the houses? So we say that ordinary houses that the house which is worth of a 30-year the pay salaries of the doctors and firefighters. So there is a certain relocation plan for the London. So metropolitan-wise, how they can kind of manage the waterfront space. When I say the wide area, starting from the Dumemori in Namhan River and Bukhan River, and also Kimpo area, all this will be the metropolitan area of the waterfront. So I believe that that kind of size of the regeneration, starting from regional plans, started from UK, maybe we can pay attention to this kind of regeneration plan. So not just in the waterfront and the Seoul administrative district, rather you can see the metropolitan wide ranging of the regeneration plan. So the plan, this kind of a extensive plan is underway, especially focusing on houses. So there was a 2012 London Olympics with the Dockland regeneration plan. I went there and then experienced this place. This is waterfront space, disappeared for about 150 years, but after the London Olympics, this were reclaimed and then also revitalized, but the housing prices went up due to this revitalization. So I believe that this area is similar to the one in Seoul. So Seoul is divided into 5 and 25 autonomous districts. So I believe that social activities and economic activities will be activated by the different autonomous districts. But I believe that things and planning should not be the unilateral and uniform. There should be the diverse plans according to different local context. So we should kind of pursue certain diversity in terms of activity or plan. So because I feel a little bit skeptical about this kind of a uniformed approach. So 11% of waterfront space in Seoul City we have. So if there is a certain important district, we need to divide. So maybe 5 in the north and 5 in the south. We can make a kind of regeneration and development plan by dividing this district. This is something that we benchmark from the London Olympic cases. So let me give you the last conclusion. I am finishing 3 minutes earlier. I really like this photos. So there is a European fund, structure fund. With that, there is a the regeneration plans. The cities should bid on this kind of receiving the granting and the grants and subsidies for the city regeneration. Cardiff and Wales and Liverpool, Newcastle, and Newcastle the city, the first locomotive was born. Birmingham is the city of automobiles. Oxford is for the university. So I believe that each city in London, they rebranded. So why don't we show our waterfront space with the branding of our city? It's difficult to translate into Korean. I mean, cultural tone and spatial tone. From these two perspectives, there is a very critical point, element that the Seoul City has. So those who are living in there, whether they can enjoy certain cultural leisure, cultural content, that will be decided by the design of the city and design of the waterfront space. I believe the Seoul city is now advancing into the peak of and heyday of this heyday. So why don't we take the advantage of this kind of cases so that we can attract more attention along with the country itself. So we can strengthen our waterfront space and be born again. Thank you very much.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 좋은 인사이트를 전해주셨습니다. 영국의 수변 공간 사례를 통해서 도시 수변 문화가 함께
Through the waterfront space in UK, the new space and new culture venue were created. That was introduced in this presentation. Through the waterfront space regeneration, we can attract more attention from the world and also enhance the quality of life of Seoul citizens. So we were able to listen to all these presentations. With that, we can conclude the session 3. And I hope that you can stay with us until the end. So from now on, we're going to have a lunch break and then until 2. And we have a session 4 in the afternoon. And so please come back by 2 for session 2. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us with the Seoul City government. We have having the experts to have a better the policy for the waterfront space in Seoul City. So now we are having the second day of conference, and afternoon session is going to start. In this afternoon session, we are going to talk about measures to strengthen competitiveness through innovation of waterfront space in Seoul. After that, we're going to have a panel discussion on the topic of direction of urban development by waterfront space revitalization. So let me invite the first presenter. So Sana Kim, chairperson of Smart City Architecture Committee, Korean Institute of Architects, and the speaker is going to talk about Hangang River from the past 100 years to the next 100 years. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Sana Kim. Well, I look better than the AI myself, right? So I would like to make it as intriguing as possible because we just had a lunch break. So it's really meaningful for me because I met Professor Mancuso where I studied about 30 years ago at IIUB. So I could throw myself into the memories of my old days. So my topic is the Hangang River from the past 100 years to the next 100 years. So there are three topics I will cover under this umbrella theme. The first one is how it's different from rivers in other city, and then I will talk about to become part of Seoul's daily life of what we should do. And then the third one is the 21st century waterfront space presented by Seoul. There are 6 key words in prologue: seed, change, now, city, water in the 21st century. So these are the prerequisites of my talk. So this is a map of Seoul. I believe, and I really want to call Seoul that it has the history, not a historic city. So the first one is the one in the past with the 16.5 square kilometer with population approximately 200,000 people, and then it grew dramatically with around 10 million people living in the city and continuously expanding and growing. So we learned in the morning by the presentation from the Director General of Seoul Metropolitan Government. And in the past, the Hangang River was a water road. Am I okay? And then in the 20th century, there was a huge flooding incident in Hangang. So water became a threat to our lives. That prompted the government to construct water flooding controlling and flooding mitigation measures, starting with embankments in Hangang River, and the filled land became apartment complexes, which is the housing complex and other area. And then the third paradigm is in 2006 Hangang Renaissance. And that lead the change in 21st century for the Hangang River. So the first keyword, the seed. This is a new beginning for Hangang River. I will delve into this project. The project started in 2006. Hangang Renaissance was exhibited in Zaragoza Expo.
지금
So this is the video showing the plan 15 years ago, and then time passed, and thanks to these seeds now blooms into fruits and flowers, where there's so many facilities and spaces for citizens of Seoul to enjoy. And lately, a new plan was laid out to redevelop again, to develop them into a better place. And right now, we have a Hangang Renaissance 2.0 Great Hangang project was laid out. So this project initiated with the aim of making things better. And one of the key topic of this whole session is competitiveness. So then how can we boost the competitiveness of Hangang, of Seoul? So our aim is to become the fifth city in terms of global competitiveness from current seventh status. Then water, what does water has significant to city? Mayor Tae-hoon-oh recently said, we provide daily conditions for enjoying a higher level of life and balanced development. So this is a point. Water is a point where people can coexist in harmony with the natural environment. So, making Seoul a waterfront city is to making Seoul one of the biggest eco-polis in the world. So water always was between the city and nature historically. However, we are living in the 21st century, not in the 20th century. So we have already learned many overseas cases from yesterday and today. So these were planned in the 20th century and then completed in the beginning of the 21st century. Now we are well into the 21st century. Something should be different from the past. So in the past, the buzzword was sustainability because the industry was changed, because the industrial landscape was changed, including growth engine. That was the background of why sustainability was a buzzword in the past. And resilience was one of the important concepts in the past century. However, we are living in an era of a new normal. A new normal era is categorized with some of the keywords such as customized experience, many smalls, and local practical. That means we value experiences and many smalls are in the limelight. So this is the era of a new normal. Therefore, Seoul metropolitan government participated in a World Cities Summit Mayors Forum 2023, and Mayor Tae-hoon was there to share his thoughts. So these are the 6 prerequisites of my whole presentation. So with them in mind, I will continue to describe how it's different from the rivers in another city in some different perspectives. I will briefly show you some of the images of other cities. Well, I would like to give some quiz and then throw some gift, but due to time limit, I will just explain. This is Leon, Thames River, Seine River, Adik River, Hudson River, Nerbian River. And those rivers has one significant difference from Hangang River. So those are the cities located in Europe where modernization was done in the 19th century. So buildings and architectures around the river is significantly different. There are many public buildings and ordinary and private buildings, unlike Hangang River, that has all the industrialization district plan was adapted to, and also redevelopment work was done for some of the riverside, just to show you, and Thames River has a different width from Hangang River, as Ward Kwon already pointed out that Thames River suffered quite a long time because of the industrialization and water pollution. It took such a long time that the restoration work started in the 20th century and just finished in the 21st century. And those work prompted regional economic growth. And this is a Seine River. And it is listed on the World Heritage Site by UNESCO. And again, this area was urbanized completely in the 19th century. And this is the Adige River, which was affected by frequent flooding. The bridge was built during the Rome Emperor. So embankment construction work was done later to control water level. This is Hudson River in New York. Many prominent researchers and designers are involved in a very intriguing project called the Big U. And in the past, the Hudson River also suffered frequent flooding. But in order to prevent the flooding, there are many experts involved, and the Hudson the Big U project book has around 200 to 300 pages long. And the book also stressed the importance of feedback and interactions with the citizens of the area. And this is Bilbao. And there is even a term called the Bilbao effect. This Nerbian River also had many industrial area. But right now we have a Bilbao Guggenheim Museum located in nearby the river. And much more infrastructures and facilities are in there now. Then before the 19th century, most of the cities were urbanized completely. And these are the things, these are the projects planned in 19th century and completed in 20th century. So again, it was a transportation means, the river. That means it is bound to develop and urbanized. Therefore, redevelopment project to restore the area was needed, and it is now completed, which is very different conditions compared to Hangang River. So this is a Hangang River. The whole area is a river. And the Hangang River is managed by the Ministry of Environment, not the Seoul Metropolitan Government, along with in cooperation with the Hangang River Basin Water Management Committee. Well, we may mistake that it is located in Seoul. It is a river belong to Seoul metropolitan government, but that is not the case. As you can see here, there are many conservation districts colored in green. And this is the condition we have to explain our situation with Hangang River. So the person on the photo is not me, one of my colleagues. So you can see here many high rises and the sky, there are water and mountains. There are currently 11 Hangang River parks. And according to urban planning law, these are not real park. They are just around the neighborhood of a river. But still, we have around 100 sports facilities and 24 water leisure facilities and 6,500 parking lots spread across these 11 Hangang River parks. I was asked to make a presentation in English, so I had to do all the translation work here. So there are so many different sports facilities we have. I was also impressed to find this out. And we also have a recreation and leisure facilities and cultural facilities. And it is obvious that we lack cultural facilities compared to other categories because we only have 4 to 5 cultural facilities. Now, we need the eye of a human, not a bird's eye view or other sector map. So what's your impression with these photos? And there are also so many programs going on annually, around 10 to 15 festivals and events in a year. And lately, we also had a fireworks festival in Yeouido Island. So again, there is a common ground with other rivers, that is flooding control or water control. But the only different feature only found in Hangang is that since the urbanization was done very rapidly, so most of the area is housing purposes. And also, there is a disjointed area from the south to north in terms of the geography of the whole Hangang River. So what should we know about Hangang in our daily lives? So maybe I think we are considering what to put in Hangang, what to add in. But I believe that there is something more important that we are missing, which is experience. So I'm going to talk you through about those experiences. The first one is place. So Hangang River is a contact point of nature and city. So it serves as a border between the two places. So in 19th century, it shows the shift in the concept. So there are 11 areas, and you can find some highways around the river and a very thick embankment that actually distinguish the water, the embankment, and entrances, and the city. Then why can we imagine that this is the whole park, not like in a separate location? So it's just a large river we have. So we can just think that this is a big park with a river flowing. Then we can make Seoul's #1 park. And this river includes many different elements. And that, if that is the case, we need many follies. And I just put a small boat in the picture. Well, the Hangang River serves functions as a water control. So the water level is strictly controlled, which means that transportation means for the river could be a remnant of the past in the 19th century. But still, I have this boat on the river. Then what is this here? This boat moves between parks, those small points, these small follies. You could, of course, take a walk to move to this park and then move to the park B and then have a dinner at park C and then come back, return to home with the boat. It may be a possible narrative for our urban and river planning. So that is an entrance that has embankment. But what if we don't have this embankment leaving the road? Then we use different type of water control door or stop gate. Then we can have different pictures of Hangang River. And the second photo is, as you can see, it is too dark outside except the entrance of the subway. And the third one is she wanted from a comment from my colleague. She is asked around 30 times which way is Hangang, because it's really difficult to identify or spot a Hangang River or the entrance. And again, in the same context, you are in the Hangang Park, but you will never know where you are exactly. And the fifth one is you always think about going to Hangang, but it is not easy to go there psychologically. And again, the last one is titled as "Where Should I Go?" because as you can see, there is a staircases and there lamp and there are just pathways. So you just confused a lot where to go to actually go to Hangang River. So from the perspective of usability, is this really possible to use and access? This is a parking lot that we have. This is the first view that you actually encounter when you visit Hangang Park. That what if we can put the parking lot underground and open the space fully to the public? And the second one is this form the best aesthetically? This is the question I really would like to ask everyone. And the last one is there is good bicycle road without any resting places, not even a bench. And also, the last one is you can spot some people sitting on the bench under this steel bridge. There is not sufficient indoor places to take a rest in Hangang River. And this is about the speed of experiences. There are different speed that you can experience from car, from bicycle, and by walking. So we need to listen to the voices of the people, what they want, what they need, and how they think. These are the things that we should consider first. Since I cannot gather all the opinions of the 10 million people, I conducted a survey through a research firm. And the key word here is enjoy, the biggest word here. And it's freedom, love, and all the positive things. And we also have the word in red, crime, hot, and fall. And the perception of Hangang Park reveals that friend picture weekend autumn. So these are the perception about Hangang in the mind of Seoul people. Therefore, we Seoul metropolitan government aims to become the fifth biggest comparative global city. Then, I think the government should figure out you need to have some unique and distinct feature that cannot be found in others. I truly believe that Seoul is the 21st century city because it comes with many dynamics and flexibility and all the things we need in the 21st century. So these are the things that we need. The 5 principles. So we need to maintain the elements that represent the history, and we should demolish the elements that impair aesthetics or the pedestrian environment, and we should materialize the potential elements and transform the elements into vital elements of urban space. And then lastly, we should insert new features that meet the needs of citizens. And also, we need to build some relations which lacks in Hangang compared to other global cities. We definitely lack connectivity. And I am doing this study right now, and my paper will be available next year. So this is the part of my study. So as you can see, there are some elements we should do, like making scenario, framing, layering, bolting, fusing, infill, sewing. With that, there are some areas we should make efforts, not just the city. We also put into effort in civil engineering, architecture, public design, culture, landscape, school. So we need engagement from all those areas in order to boost the competitiveness of Hangang River. Then the human resources goes along in order to enhance and strengthen the human resources. So this is a diagram that I suggested for the Seoul metropolitan government. And some are adapted and realized right now, which is very inspiring. So my suggestion is that the center of the city should be some wooded area or forest or path instead of urban area. Then we can connect Seoul more closely. In order to do so, we need to do some landscape that creates space. There are absolutely many ways to create such landscaping. And in Seoul's strategy, it lacks how to actually build the space. So I would like to suggest these elements to add in. And there are some 10 things that the Seoul metropolitan government should do. First one is you need a large-scale planning, but also micro-planning is needed. The second one is you want to have a chat and drink coffee or have some good meal with your friends, and these activities should be interconnected. And this is the remnant of the 20th century. It was built to control water and mitigate flooding. Then how can we actually utilize the embankment in the past? So this is experience planning. But before you actually do spatial planning, you should consider experience planning first. So if you just focus on a facility, then that's all. However, if you look at the emotion and then create spaces and facilities that actually cater to that emotion, then it just will unleash the potential. The fourth is floating and pneumatic facilities. Because the water flows in Hangang River, you need to focus on that features, the flowing. So if we tap into that feature, then we can create something you can never find in the other cities across the world. So the fifth one is various water spaces. There are many phases of water. So I would like to actually witness many phases of water in Hangang River. This is, of course, a vast natural nature, the river. So we can expand from land art to water art. So this is from Bilbao. And the creators rewrite and reinterpreted the work of Bilbao, and then they recreated this type of water art in Bilbao River. And we have to make an effort in the quality of design. And also, program density should be emphasized to allocate in a balanced way, and then usability or accessibility so that anyone, whether they are on the wheels or wheelchair, it should be accessible to anyone at anywhere. And the last one is the Hangang River parks need remodeling as Seoul's #1 park. The last comment I would like to make is to become the 5th global city, we need to have something unique and outstanding that can only see along the Hangang River in Seoul. So we've already seen many cases, but these are the project planned in 19th century and completed in 20th or 21st century. So benchmarking the past is not desirable. So Seoul need to become a prime example. So we experience the Seoul's narrative as if watching a movie. This is what I wish for the Hangang. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
So, Chairman Kim Sana, that was really a wonderful presentation. So, what is the characteristic that can differentiate from other rivers? So, and this, what kind of activities we need to do in order to have a special waterfront spaces for Seoul citizens? It was very fruitful, the presentation. Now we're going to turn to the next presentation. And the Professor Ja Hoon-gu of Graduate School of Real Estate Convergence of Hanyang University is going to talk about how to improve waterfront for the quality of life and enhancing city competitiveness focusing on Han River. Please welcome him. So who is the person on the screen? So the previous presentation was really heated. So I'm going to take off my jacket and I'm going to discuss my topic. So how are we going to improve the waterfront space of the Han River? That's the major contents of my presentation. Necessity and also current status and also potentials already mentioned by the previous speaker, Chairperson Sana Kim. So that also contribute to the content of my presentation. So I categorize my presentation into 3: the city competitiveness and quality of life. We really want to enhance the city competitiveness, but I really want to put the citizens' life. So citizens' life should be closely related to the competitiveness of the city. And the second thing is that the potential of waterfront and current situation of Han River. Why we are talking about this? Because based on that, we can also also come up with a certain measures and the plans. And third one is about the improvement directions for the Han River. So there are 4 the improvements that we can address. And this is not my personal idea. Rather, I looked at the multiple projects that Seoul City government has done. So I summarized and then overview. And early 2023, the Urban Planning Bureau came up with that. So I was working with them. So that's why I put the content and that work in this part. So I organized the previous improvements, and also I put certain recommendation for improvements here in this presentation. What would be the long-term task that we need to address? We need to go to detail to address those future work. So first, let me talk about this, the city competitiveness and quality of life. I believe that many people already understand. So maintain the city competitiveness in terms of protect the competitiveness. There are, in terms of a level of competitiveness, we are reaching a certain level. In terms of city competitiveness, why it is important? Because in a global stage, in order to compete against each other, in a 21st century, knowledge-based industry, the location is very important in terms of attracting the city. So the knowledge industry and corporations are gathered here. So in order to have create this, if we create this space for them, we can also enhance our competitiveness. So what about the kind of characteristic of the 21st century? The companies, before them, the industry structure is focused on the manufacture based on the cost effectiveness. If there is a company, people and manpower just followed. So industrial companies are gathered there. But 21st century, the knowledge-based industry is different. So before then, market focused on the material and also transportation is important. But in 21st century, we are not following the industry. So that the places that succeed in attracting and retaining creative class people prosper, and also industries are also following this creative class people. So what do talented people like? What kind of conditions the talented people like? These 4 elements should be fulfilled. Urban culture and art, and also transportation, medical conditions, and also working environment conditions, as well as diverse residential and community environment conditions are all kept in the city, so the talented people will be gathered. So according to recent release, in order to enhance the competitiveness of the future city, we need to have 4 powers. So we need to create the competitiveness, and also we need to have an infrastructure that is very strong against the disaster and climate crisis. And also we need to have a very convenient places so that the creative industry can be settled down there. So these 3 things closer to each other. So if we emphasize urban competitiveness, city competitiveness, there are certain concerns by some people. So the grand facility, grand tourist destinations are not something that enhance the competitiveness. Rather than that, what is needed that the places or conditions where citizens actually enjoy. So those who are living in the city, if their quality of life enhanced, and then a pool of the talented people will be gathered, and with that kind of a location, companies are coming together, and that will be leading to the enhancing competitiveness of the city. I think this chain of reaction really works. So we need to address the fundamentals. That's why I said that the city competitiveness and the quality of life of citizens. Now I'm going to talk about the Han River. In the former parts already addressed by the speaker, Joseon Dynasty, it is a place for living and also the center of the life. But after the liberation, this is openness as also this growth space. And now this is a place, Han River is a place for the central place for Seoul City. So 4th and 5th, the administration, earlier 1980s and 1990s, we overcame the flooding situation. Before then, overcoming flooding is very important. So our fourth and fifth administration, we had a Renaissance master plan. At the time, what Renaissance means that the grand facility and infrastructure-based the plan. So we were focused on the constructed infrastructure and facility. But the fifth administration, with the change of the mayor, so conservation and publicity were addressed. But next administration, tourism and soft one, and those the central space where citizens can fully enjoy the space. So now let's talk about the current status. As I told you before, as the previous speaker mentioned, in the larger part, wetlands and the parks are remaining, but some are really well preserved, others are not. So that's why there is a first grade and second and third grade. So first grade is second grade is 15%, third grade is 15%. Rest of them are accounting for rest percentage. So we need to have an active preservation for the first grade places, wetland and nature parks. One more thing we need to think about is that the public transportation as well as the working conditions are very bad, so we need to improve that. And there are a lot of cultural resources, so they need to be linked to the Han River. And also this is not also linked to the access roads of the citizens. And there's a CBDs. Those CBDs are disconnected. Some are connected to each other, but others are not. So due to the residential spaces characteristic, there are barriers. So the hubs between the links between the different hubs connecting to Han River are not there. And also in the large residential area, they are undergoing the renovation. So through this reconstruction renovation, we can also talk about the connecting or creating the connectivity. So this is the potential and current status of the Han River and its waterfront. So now let me talk about the improvements, what needs to be done. So continuously, we can see the upgraded version. And let me summarize the Great Han River project. What are the visions and core strategies under this project? So the vision is that the Greater Han River, that where people would enjoy together. So it's a Great Han River, but next is a Greater Han River. So in a Renaissance 1.0 version, attractiveness is fully there in Han River. That was emphasized. The facilities and festivals were emphasized in that version. But Greater Han River, we really want to emphasize the Han River that is harmonized with the nature, and also emphasize mobility, and also third, attractiveness, and also infuse some vitality to the city through Han River. That's the main themes of this project. So first one is that the Han River that is harmonized with the Han River, so that we can have a continuous and sustainable Han River where people can actually experience the nature. So you can see the strategies here. First one is that the recovery and restore the nature character. We need to refurbish the ecological parks and also expansion of the ecological conservation areas so that we can kind of enhance the natureness of the Han River. And in addition, Gangsa wetland and should be expanded. So in a 2023 version, we just expand one, but we can gradually expand to 1, 2, 3, and more. So that we can see the natural Han River. And second version is that we really want to create a natural, nature-friendly environment where people can enjoy the nature. So Han River camping site, we're going to expand the site, including Jamsil, so people can accustom to nature and eco-friendly experiences and nature can be there in Han River. I skipped the details about that due to time restraint. And second one is that the easy access to Han River. Accessibility should be enhanced, and also we need to create a foundation that can be linked to the Han River. It's a long-term expansion. First, about the pedestrian and the walking access should be increased. And second one is that when you walk to Han River, also you need to enjoy the places and hiking and there. So this walking also connected to the conversion as well as expansion. Later, we can also connect it to the mobility in the ground and water and air. So the mobility can be expanded. So here you can see that we can connect the Han River and increase the walking accessibility. How we can do that? We can provide incentives to the different transportation sites, so we can actively improve pedestrian access to the Han River. Connecting roads can be created so that people can easily access Han River. So from the residential area or the commercial area to Han River. So there is no barrier and between the residential area and Han River. And next one is the expansion. And in the first stage, we can create the Jamsil Bridge as a sunset bridge for walking. So various activities can be taken place here. And this people can experience the feel, the flow in the water. Before, this bridge is only for the transportation, but this transportation, the venue can be also used for the activity and fun. For example, we can have a water botanical garden or water stage in the bridge or nearby site. And next one is that we can also create the air gondola in the air. So what is the easily and the application the candidate is from Tuksum Island. We can connect the Jamsil Mice with the gondola. So after that, we can directly link to the metro. And also after enjoy the baseball and other sports in the Jamsil Stadium, you can take a gondola and then go to the different places, or also even there's various accessible public transportation available, including the metro and also you can enjoy the sunset in the evening. And third one is that the enriching the Han River experiences with attractiveness, so we can provide the emotional things to enjoy, and you can create an observation site as well as a cultural artistic space, festival and event. So observation cafe already existed, but we can improve this observation site. 8 sites can be improved, and also for 5 sites we can newly create the observation cafe and places. This will be open to the private, so we can provide incentives. And also we can have a no bid and the sunset, the illuminating a square, so people can enjoy the sunset in the square. And also we can make a kind of we can create a more space for the culture and arts, so we can continuously expand culture and art spaces linked to the Han River. Through the international competition, we already have 5 candidates for design, and so Metropolitan City had changed the design process. In the past, it was only the open competition and experts just in a screen the candidates, but this time, through the design innovation, this whole metropolitan city will receive the various ideas and select the 5 different ideas and concepts, and these will be on exhibition. And based on this exhibition, we will receive the feedback comments from the citizens, and we are going to, based on this feedback comments, we are going to make a request of the final design. So I believe that this will reflect all the ideas of citizens. Ultimately, we are going to end up with the strongest candidate and select one this board actual realization. I was a chairman of the screening committee, and the various ideas in connecting to the waterfront and the living area, and also general citizens can enjoy Yeouido Square as well as the Han River through the observation. It's not the barriers like the Sejong cultural the whole. So various ideas were included when I screened that. So here, Yeouido Pilot Apartment Complex. Somehow I became the general director, project manager for that. So 15%, more than 15% the air portion we open to that, so we can culture facilities all there in Han River. So the large complex, apartment complex beside the Han River, they will have this kind of art and cultural the facilities. So anybody near there or living there can enjoy this facility. And various festivals events will be hosted in Han River and waterfront side. Not just beyond the just breaking and resting places, we can create a place for the experiencing cultural arts and sports, so that we can create a Hwangang Renaissance. So this will make the place where the vitality is fully flown. So here, as you can see, this is not just a urban planning projects. There's other ministries also involved in this project. Last core strategy is that the enhancing the Han River's vibrancy. So due to the land use, there are some two places disconnected to each other. So we can, through the bold deregulation, we can enhance the vitality of the urban space, focus on the waterfront, and also we can innovate the residential area. So how we can do that? Strengthen the publicity and also improve the landscape and scenic places. So by introducing the combined and complex use of the land use and through the connectivity of the Han River. So here, this is the case to strengthen and link the urban growth hubs. This is a Yongsan International Work District. So we are reframing of this kind of a district now. Here at the center, high-rise building and mid-rise buildings will be gathered, and also the transit center is going to be set up. And also, the designing of the greening places will be there. One side will be the residential area. The other axis will be the park. So in three different places will be connected to each other, ending up with the converging and in the Han River. This is a proposal about this kind of a district and an urban innovations district. So this urban innovation district will be strengthened with the connectivity with the Han River. This is a Jamsil MICE district. So before we have a competition, there is a model. So our model has been changed recently. So let me give you the glimpse. So in the past, our planning is that they put the baseball stadium. So baseball stadium was there. It will be relocated here. The reason is that these two baseball companies are using, so we need to change. And recently, quite recently, mayors and the mayor and the head of this baseball club just consulted to each other and then reached the consensus. So like the Loja Stadium, hotel and stadium, baseball stadium will be combined. That's just something that we can change for these places. In 100,000 mice and also 20,000 auditorium that can accommodate the events and also concert, and overall rest of them will be become a park. So not just that, it will be also connected to Han River and Tancheon Stream. So entire places will be connected to the streams and rivers. That's something that we change. Almost the negotiation is reached and concluded. So then that's a big framework. So the important thing is that the things that we already mentioned should be reflected in a very active plan and details. So we're going to reconstruct the residential areas. So there will be a commercial district as well. So commercial and residential places will be harmonized along with the parks and the cultural items. And this will be all converted into the Han River. So this is a reconstruction plan. So we can have a combined and complex residential areas connected to the Han River. And also this will be connected to public park. So also it's linked to the Han River. Let me give you a conclusion. So many major cities use waterfront spaces to create new spaces. As you can see, the Thames River in London, Hudson River in New York, or Elbe River in Hamburg. So Han River, the large river, this river plays a role of disconnectivity, but now it presents a new opportunity, meaning that we need to make the best use of it so we can leveraging this for the better use. And in the past, Han River was something that worked as a hurdle and barrier due to the flooding. So in the 21st century, enhancing city competitiveness, we need to enhance the competitiveness by having the place for people, and people will attract the companies. So that's the if our citizens' quality of life improve, urban competitiveness will follow. So overall, I should say that the competitiveness of city, that's a big buzzword, and below there, the quality of life of the citizens should be improved. These two items and concepts should go together hand in hand so that we can strengthen our urban competitiveness. That's the direction for the improvement of Han River. That's the 2023 version. So in the future, we might have a more the ideas and the thoughts, and also we can solve other issues and challenges during the process one by one. This is all I prepared. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. So there was a very interesting items centered on Han River. We can enhance the quality of the citizen, and also it can relate to the competitiveness of city. So and also 21st century, the city should enhance its competitiveness by enhancing the quality of life. Now, we're going to introduce third speaker, Professor Hee-jung Lee of the Professor of Department of Urban Planning and Design, University of Seoul. So the professor is going to talk about urban expansion through waterfront revitalization to the new center of the city. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon. I am Professor Hee-jung Lee from Hanyang University. So the lecturer of Ji-hoon Koo was from Hanyang University, but I actually work at University of Seoul. Well, if Hanyang University want me to work at the Hanyang University, then I will, of course, probably consider that. So there was so many information and insight in the conference. And as a last presenter, I would like to a little bit calm down and then slowly walk through how we can transfer the perception of waterfront in city. So my title suggests assess urban expansion through waterfront revitalization to the new center of the city. So we've been seeing many cases in Europe and in industrial cities. Oftentimes, rivers are not that close to citizens because they were used for industrial sectors, and the river serves as a boundary to another city, just like the mountains does. But now we are living in an era of knowledge and information, the lives of people is being changed, and the urban life will be different from the past, as many expect. And amid this, I believe the waterfront will be in the center of this shift. So that will be the overall theme of my presentation. So this is content. So I will first talk about the growth of Seoul centering around Hangang River. So we call it Miracle of Hangang River. So Hangang was the center of a growth story, miraculous growth story that gained traction from the global society. And lately, waterfront spaces became a trend along with the paradigm shift of the urban planning, which we well realized from yesterday to today. So I just combined those shifts in my second part of a presentation. And then the third point of my presentation is the restoration of waterfront spaces. As Seoul Metropolitan Government already pointed out, that there are many small streams will be the influence under the waterfront. So many people can enjoy waterfront places, enjoying a few minutes living zone. Well, actually, our comprehensive discussion will be moderated by Byung-gun Kang from Seoul City Architect. Already explains so many occasions about the meaning of waterfront and rivers in Seoul. So what it means is the Seoul an interconnected city embraced by waterways and forests. It also says that establishing the spring good start from Seoul. He also, the intention of this phrase is to make Seoul more ecological with the core values in the future urban planning in Seoul. So today, until we become the top 20 economies, Hangang played an pivotal role. And as we can all see here, Hangang went through so many changes and growth period to become what we know now. So from the left side, lives originated from waterways are reliable heritage of history and times of Seoul. And the center, it has a bond with waterfront, a vibrant nature center of daily lives. The last one is a long-standing identity of Seoul that navigates through a desirable identity. Now we are going to look at the new paradigm of cities. This could be possibly a must plan for the next 100 years. As you can see here, while Seoul grew and expanded rapidly, waterways and forest passes have been neglected. And if we manage the river and the city well, then we could have different phases, providing housing required and providing safety and other that support the city functions. But probably now it is really time to rethink the Han River for the next generation so that we can provide a better Hangang to our children. So there is a big shift in the perception of urban history. It has been expansion of a city conventionally lied in the principle of urban planning. But right now we realize that there is a limit in growth of a city. And now we are in a different phases of growth. This is not just for Korea, but for many advanced countries. This is in the center of a perception shift. And one of the emerging concepts is new urbanism. And then I will elaborate on later. And there's another concept, important concept, that is landscape urbanism. And the restructure of industrial space could be described in a term of dreamscape urbanism. And we just went through the COVID-19 pandemic, and that prompted us to reshape and rewrite about our urban narratives with another new concept called chrono-urbanism. So these are the main concepts that are shifting our perception on about the city. So first thing first, new urbanism. It's been auto-centric and expansion-centric in the past. And while we pursue that type of urban design, we lose the humanity element in the planning. And now we started to realize that we need to incorporate that element in our planning. So a harmonious landscape and better public transportation and pedestrian-centered perception, or TOD, or transit-oriented development. So these are under discussion very actively. And this new urbanism is also being discussed in Seoul too. And more than that, lately we are seeing a population growth on decline, and there was a series of discussions covering 4 days a week instead of 5 days a week, work days, to emphasize quality of life for the future. And it is called as a homo rumens. That means people who in pursuit of fun and joy. From that end, park, green space, and then open spaces are in the center to boost the quality of life of people. And this is a global trend suggested by architect Bernard Tschumi. And waterfront spaces can also be incorporated in this type of open space. And these are some areas that connect the city and river. And other efforts are being made to better use the waterfront areas. And in fact, there are many complex industrial complexes and factories. And we have a large room to tap into those areas and land. Seoul metropolitan government tried to sustain the industrial complex we have right now. But now these are the assets we can use in the future as a recreational purposes. So they have the potential for the other purposes of the aforementioned land. It can be described as Droscape urbanism. Professor Ji-hoon Koo just mentioned about this Yongsan district, and it will become a international work area development along with the park development, and this will also unleash another slew of opportunities we can enjoy. And as we face a new forms of a crisis and opportunities, now we have a new vision for the future. This is very ambitious, and many people agreed to the plan. It is to transform Seoul into 100 spatial districts, along with the concept of a few-minute walk zone. So working, living will be done in 15 minutes distances. The best example of that type of space is Yeouido Island. So there are pilot programs going on the Yeouido area along with the Yongsan-gu district. And these type of projects are implemented on an area that were used to be the industrial complex or industrial buildings. So already we have seen many presentations regarding waterfront that the road is mostly used around the water. So accessibility to waterfront spaces was limited, and the circulation or functions of a city was the main focus of using the river. And this type of a trend is shifted to a new perspectives. And right now, the access to the water and damaged ecosystem by roads is outstanding, and we have to address them. And the operators of these type of infrastructure and legislation and laws, such as the Road Act, River Act, National Land Planning and Utilization Act, is disorganized. So we need a more systematic approach. But since that is not the case, we are not in a good position to have this comprehensive plan for the waterfront and the operation. So I expand the view of Pyeonggang to one like this. As you can see, the space is expanded in the map for the next 100 years. So we should restore the nature as much as possible, and at the same time, we need to add more features in the city. And at the center of those urban planning shift, is a waterfront space. From the perspective of land use, waterfront area should be applicable to more flexible land use zoning. But I would like to say that we have to go beyond zoning and be more flexible toward the use of waterfront areas. So we have a short-term to mid-term and long-term approach. And we need to cooperate with the Ministry of Land Transportation to innovate the land use across Korea. And as pointed out many times, we have to invite many stakeholders, such as the academia, experts, the residents, to come up with a better urban planning scheme, and so that we can have better regulations and better institutions regarding urban planning. And in order to actually implement this type of a convergence land innovation, we have to consider urban agglomeration, metropolitan utilization of land planning, urban planning, and flexibility of urban planning and foundation. And to do so, we also need many approaches from the central government-led approach. And then the government, so central government, should empower local government to actually implement those approaches in their regions. And then we can enjoy the opportunities given by the central government. And we also have to restore ecological aspects of a waterfront and the whole city. It is called ecological urbanism, and we can make this happen in partnership with the local residents. And there is some infrastructure projects, including road projects, and we can build some tunnels or bridges that connect the river to the city to increase the connectivity and accessibility to the river. And when we actually provide a better accessibility to the people, then there will be the successful project result. And then it used to be scheduled authority by building acts on urban parks and game and garden areas, but we have to have a comprehensive and systematic approach to do innovation, not just from the central government, but we also need some interaction and cooperation between central government and local government. Restoring the ecological value and increase connectivity to waterfront spaces is never an easy work. But at the core of this goal, we need to work together with the local residents and persuade them and convince them that our approach is this. And the waterfront areas should go further than the Hangang River, and we have to go expand it to streams and streamlets to increase accessibility to waterfront spots. And when we utilize those waterfront spaces, then we can also build a network of waterfront spaces. Work, leisure, culture, and commerce will be incorporated into the 100 districts of Seoul in the future. Then we can create a new concept of urban planning, providing housing, addressing housing issues. Then people can enjoy anything from working to living. They can do anything within 15 minutes walk or bike ride. So that way, with the foundation of the future we are dreaming. In terms of balanced growth, it is plausible, and there are we are planning to have a 100 district. However, each district may be specialized in certain areas, not in equal way. Seoul rolled out this project, and central government is also trying to innovate their laws regarding land use. So that's under review of National Assembly. So comparing the speed of the work, Seoul can become a leading city in terms of urban planning. So leisure place, waterfront places would be very essential assets for us to utilize. So not just the Hangang River, but many streamlets and stream, such as the Cheonggyecheon stream case. As you all know, there are 4 streams in Seoul. The size is equivalent to Thames River and Seine River. And if you also think from the population perspective, then again, it is equivalent to Thames River and Seine River. So we can transform those streams into better waterfront spaces and then enhance and strengthen the usability of waterfront spaces. And then centering around the hub, we can provide a better quality of life for the residents of Seoul. And realizing the amenity city is possible along with the 2040 Seoul urban master plan. And I also believe that we need another paradigm shift in urban planning, because we only focused on some mega scale urban planning. But as someone pointed out earlier, I think micro planning is really important for us to down the road. And participation of a local resident will come with some constructive and fruitful results. I hope that pays off in the future. And the principle of capital will be seen as the future complete map of a future Susan, which means the good of a capital. Again, the last comment I would like to make is the Han River has the potential to encompass the economic society. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So that was a presentation from the Seoul University. And Professor talked about the urban expansion through waterfront revitalization. Through the waterfront, the space can be expanded. That is the future kind of aspect that we can expect from the Seoul city. So this will all conclude the session 4 presentations. After 10-minute break, we are going to have a panel discussion. Soon, let me come back to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And for the panel discussion, we already set the stage. So thank you very much for joining us until this end. And the last the order of this conference, panel discussion. The topic is direction of urban development by waterfront space revitalization. We have a moderator, Byung-gun Kang, and the Seoul City Architect of Seoul Metropolitan Government is going to moderate. And also we have a panelist as well as the speakers of these sessions. All the panelists and speakers are ready, so please welcome them with a round of applause. So moderator, please go ahead. So let me introduce how to proceed this panel discussion. So since we don't have many audience in the floor, so our discussion is going to mainly with this the presenters and panelists. So that is how we're going to proceed with this discussion. Mostly we're going to ask question or comment to each other, and we do not have to limit our content in the contents of presentation. We can have a free discussion regarding waterfront and waterfront space. So mostly our discussion is going to happen between the speakers and panelists. However, those who are not attending offline, but those who are watching this conference online, there are viewers of the YouTube channel. For them, we are going to open. So with the consideration, we're going to undergo our discussion. According to our schedule, we're going to have a 1 hour for the panel discussion. Panelists are going to have a discussion, and then we're going to open the floor. About 15 minutes, we're going to receive questions from the floor, and if it is necessary, we can also open for recommendation or proposals from the floor. But I can reverse the sequence because your questions sometimes. Your questions from the floor sometimes enrich our discussion. So all this audience stayed on from the beginning to the end. So if you want to ask question or comment on the contents of presentation, please feel free to share with us, or you can make a proposal about the topics that we can have the discussion on. So please raise your hand if you have anything to share with us or a question. And so that we can have an interactive discussion in this session. Would it be okay? Yes. If it is necessary, let me give the chance to you, audience in the floor first. From that perspective, yes, I can see one gentleman raise a hand. And please deliver the microphone. You can just designate the person that you want to ask question. I'm from JL Engineering. My name is Kim Sonu. So I received and listened to the presentations today. So my question goes to the Professor Ja-hoon-koo and also Mr. Yang, Edward Yang. So when you look at the Han River's Renaissance, in 1980s, we set up the comprehensive plan for Han River for the flood control. So, and there have a series of a comprehensive plan. But in 2000, in order to restore the ecological part, we embarked on the comprehensive plan for Han River. And also, recently we try to focus on the reviving, restoring the attractiveness, the charms of the Han River. But as you can see, we during the flood control restoration, we are also, in terms of a waterfront, we are able to find various waterfront spaces. But if we start the urgent and immediate or emergent in a planning for the restoration or regeneration of Han River, it's going to be very not good. So we need to have a gradual and step-by-step progress of this regeneration of Han River. So how about the walking and pedestrian roads? How we can make people access to Han River through the pedestrian roads? Again, I would like to emphasize that we need to have a phase-wise, step-by-step approach to renovate and regenerate the Han River. How do you feel about this? Of course, this is also part of the urban planning. So urban planning director.
So from this day, we've looked at the Hangang River and city with just such a diverse insight, and we realized that there are so many things that we should put into consideration. And yes, there is an urban master plan for the city, and that is our framework of our plan. So that matters, but what's really important is, as you just said, the pedestrian path should be equipped with a better environment and conditions. But today's focus is waterfront, and then we can probably expand the concept to how we can better improve the path toward waterfront and Han River. But we just learned that the project will be targeting not only Hangang but also the 4 streams. So the whole concept of our master plan should be collaborated with the Water Circulation Bureau to make it as comprehensive as possible. In effect, it has been mentioned again and again during the sessions. In the city was the rivers has been on the outskirts of a city instead of the center, and then we now try to reconnect those rivers and streams to the center of the city. So there is a grave concerns regarding safety, such as what if it goes wrong? For example, bridges across the Hangang River. You may disappoint a little because you used to look at the whole view of Hangang River, but right now we try to prevent people jumping on the bridge to the Hangang River. So that kind of hinders the whole view. So we have to strike a balance between the view and the safety. And I was actually going to ask this question to Mayor Linz. Because I did not really see any handrails that even though the width of the river is quite equivalent to Hangang River. So there is a port and all the facilities, but still there is no handrails or guardrails, and there is no sign reading "no swimming" in the river. So I could see that already river is in the daily lives of the people in Linz. So I would like to ask Mr. Linz what was your approach to bringing river in the daily lives of the people?
Or even from my side, first of all, at the first step, we did nothing because our people were afraid of the flood masses over a lot of years. After the last big flood, it took place in June 2013. Then the situation completely changed. People said, and now we want an excessive level flood protection within the city. And we organized it in a mobile way. So you couldn't see anything. You only can see it if we build it up when the flood is coming. And we had, from this point on, people said, okay, then we can do something on this area. If we don't have to be afraid that each 2 or 3 years there's a little flood, each 10 year bigger, and each 31 a catastrophe. So then it's possible to invest a little bit more. And from this time on, the younger generation was the first to change their mind. I'm born 1960. I've never been swimming in the Danube till today. My sons do it every summer. My daughter even now too. So the younger generation got a feeling, sometimes call it like a little bit Mediterranean feeling. We don't have any sea, but our river is our sea. And for the younger generation, it worked. After some years, I would say 4, 5, perhaps 6 years, even the rest of our citizens became used to this because there are museums, there's the city hall, and they have a lot of possibility to take a walk, to go with their dogs, their grandchildren, and whatever, to have some coffee, some ice cream, or to visit some restaurant. And from this time on, I think now we began to love our river. We are not afraid anymore. And the high floods, statistically we call them 30 years high floods. They will come, but there is a special area. It's the northern part, as I presented it tomorrow. In the northern part, that's the reason why there are no interventions. It's completely natural zone. There it's possible that the water overfleets everything. This happens each 30 years, and it will happen perhaps because of the climate change now 15 or 20 years, nobody knows. But it has been first necessary to bring something new and to bring away the fear of the river we had in the minds of our people.
세 가지 말씀하셨는데요.
So you pointed out 3 points that we should pay attention to. The first thing is the resident should not be afraid of water, and that could be obtained by training. This is something we should learn from. We should educate them the safety rules to keep them safe from any type of accident, and they learn how to swim. So these are how we can be more closer to river and water. And the second thing is I also felt that myself when I was in Linz city. Now we experience more frequent flooding. Probably not just in Linz city, but also many areas located around Donau River. It used to be a 100-year or 200-year cycle. But a city like Passau, they say it is a 500 years of flooding. And what would be the water level when such flooding happens? That is everywhere in that city. So I think that's something we should also apply to our city. So water level, depending on the frequency of a flooding, this is something to do with the prediction and predictability. And third point is, according to this prediction, we should reorganize and restructure the city. As Mayor Linz already presented to us, there is a certain point that usually got flooded. So those parts should be submerged when there is a big flooding intentionally. So that should be a function that a river or the city can play a role. And the housing area should be upper level from that. So those are the points Mayor Linz just said. So I just rephrased his words in my own, through my reinterpretation. So I would like to ask Professor Mansuk. Probably Professor Mansuk already know very well about this because Venice is a city very famous for the beautiful water, and this is a city of water. So I would like to ask you how the city, the Venice, educates the people, such as safety rules or other measures to keep the people safe from water accident. Can you please share your experience?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. And thank you again for the invitation to this very fantastic experience we had today. About the situation of Venice, it seemed to me that it could be considered as a success, in general speaking, because for many years, always seemed to be lost. Nobody used these spaces, fantastic spaces, closed, what is difficult, impossible enter, use. And at a certain point, some actors are important. The problem of actors who decide is important also for other experiences. Decided to have a sort of agreement about the opening these spaces without destroying, but reusing. So another question, what we have to consider in the case of Venice, in general in Italy, is the role of history as a value, and not simply be considered. Well, going back to Venice, the idea was let's go towards a town where also these spaces which were not accessible, not used, not closed, disappearing. Let's try to open, to link again with the city, and hoping that it could be a good opportunity, a good choice. So the agreement existed among municipality, university. This is very important because we have an incredible number of young people coming to Venice, trying to live in Venice. It is not so easy because Venice is a very expensive city. But the fact that to have spaces, as for example the case of the biblioteca, the library, the place for reading, going out inside, using these spaces. The port authority because the authority decided, well, we are not more interested in the area and the building. Do a program and use as you want. Well, all these elements transform it in a certain sense, the use of the city along with the waterfront. And now waterfront are very well considered as a place of rich of interest, of opportunity, of places, and this seems to me one of the way to give to Venice a future different from that of the past, which was considered a dead city. No? And now you have seen through the pictures. No? I tried to show you the places, environment conserved, and restored. The government started giving money also to do that. Also the private investor started to be interested in this kind of opportunity. So, it seems to me that, generally speaking, the experience of Venice is interesting. Also that of Genova was interesting because that everything was born from an idea. The mayor of Venice, of Genova, had an idea. Columbus was born here. Why we don't try to get the possibility to celebrate the anniversary, transforming, opening the port. The port was dead. I lived also in Genova when I was young. Completely inaccessible. Now it's a living, the most used, full of events in town. So this brings to another consideration. If we saw today an incredible number of examples. Thank you for this opportunity. But the problem of actors, who decide where we can, the agreement among the different actors, municipalities, the government, local government, citizens, students, and this seems to me a very nice question to put. Well, in general, this is my opinion about it. And considering the fact that I come from Italy, which is full of history, all the waterfront done, especially that in port cities, are the result of put in use, put in evidence the importance of historical places, not only monuments, but also places, water, line of water. This is a very important ingredient for the success of intervention waterfront.
아마 그 망크스 교수님이 지금
So what Professor Mangus said is that the creating the road is important, but the more important that is that we need to create a certain purpose intention to get access. What kind of activities is there so that people is intending to access that place? One of them is that is something that the public sector should address. So maybe education institution can be included. So the public sector create a certain purpose to access.
뭐 할 수도 있지만은 또 민간의 또 수요에 따라 가지고 가야 될 것을 만들어주면은 접근성은 개선될 수 있지 않겠냐 하는 차원으로 그렇게 우리가 이해하면 될 것 같습니다.
So there should be a reason for civic groups to get access that place. I believe this is something that the Seoul City government should face and also present the solution. And depending on the cases, rather than we ourselves access to that, rather depending on some cases, we can also induce the places to come to us, closer to us. So I believe that from that perspective, we can ask about those kind of experiences to the Professor Yang or Professor Gu, because Professor Edward Yang has been traveling around the world and then experienced many things. So he might have certain opinions and experiences to share with us. So we need to have a reason for people to get access, and also we need to have a certain motivation to get closer. The kind of a proactive aim or purpose should be there, reason for there. Why don't you turn to the Professor Young? You are giving the more difficult questions rather than Professor Gu. So September, October, November, there are a lot of events held. So that's why I have been invited to many different places. For about 20 years, I've been invited to many different events and conferences. For the next 10 years and then past 3 years, I believe that I have undergone a lot of differences and changes. 20 years ago, I might just, I've been invited and without any kind of a deep consideration, but I now myself can come up with a good solution and concrete solution while during this visit and invitation. So action is needed rather than just thinking. So policy can be implemented, but we need to have a certain action plan that allow the specific activation. Design is plan is needed. So we need to discuss that kind of thing so that it can be actually activated on site. So I try to come up with the right answer to the question. So from the perspective, I'd like to share my experiences if it is really helpful to Seoul City government. In the previous organization, water quality, water volume, and water ecological works I've been working on and for about 8 years. That was interesting experiences I had. If Han River is contaminated and if we block the western east, there will be if there is a contamination to that. So a stream and the branches of the Han River will be highly likely to be contaminated. So we need to block and prevent the contamination in the branches of these Han Rivers. So Waterfront should be effectively managed. In the medicine there is acupuncture, and maybe through the acupuncture, needle is needed was used for the brain surgery in the Chinese, the ancient kingdom. So Han River, the mantle, the length is distance is 900 at 1,000 kilometer, and Seine River and 270, 300 Hudson, and also Eastern is a 1.2 kilometer long. So there is a studies and researches about the mantle distance. If the river length is go over 300 meter, so kilometer, accessibility and feeling closer to the river is a little bit difficult, and constructing is also difficult. So from the perspective, I should say, though Han River is very important asset, still there are not many services, public services that citizens can feel closer to due to scale and distance. So we already have the directors of the urban planning of Seoul Metropolitan government. I'd like to ask about that. So we need to kind of address our branch stream of Han River first, because it is close and also small. So rather than addressing the larger Han River, why don't we start with a small stream and small branch of the Han River? So likewise, maybe we can win this war by winning the small battle. So likewise, we can address the small streams and then neighborhood, the streams and branches, and we invest it and then improve it so that we can expand this kind of experiences, the larger context. I understand there will be a lot of investments for the regeneration of this waterfront, but we can address the branches, small streams with the investment and also project so that we make the people and citizens feel closer to the waterfront. So budget is set and administrative capacity is set, limited. So we need to set up the certain key indicator. So strategically, we set the order and address one by one. And second thing that I want to say is that as the professor next to me said that we need to have a certain motivation to help people to go to the waterfront. I also surveyed in Baltimore about the certain study. So there are 7 different grades of the buildings: museum and galleries, and commercial facilities, and the business facilities, and residential facilities, and industrial facilities, and park. So it's 7 different grades of this facility. So Han River, land user, or the users, we can create the facility that has a higher, we can install the facility that is a higher grade, and then gradually expand this to the lower grade of facilities. Because new service, new capital, new population, and they can move according to the policy and growth. They are very important in terms of national policy, also growth of the company. So I believe that all these three things can be well captured through the museum, gallery, and industry, all disconnected to each other. In that case, we can increase the frequency of visit. So in the previous presentation, there is a project such as a Han River 2030 and also Yongsan International District. But at the same time, we need to have a very innovative plan. And yes, it is a good way to have a access road for Han River. But why don't we have a kind of rainbow streams of a land use in the waterfront space of Han River, so that we can increase the frequency and visits of the people? We can push this kind of plan actively. And regarding the smaller streams and the branches of the Han River, so there is a connection point between the branchy stream and Han River. We need to have a certain pillar between in that contact point, connectivity point. So jam should also consider as a great window, but I believe that this hall itself underestimated. So city cannot represent everything, but dynamic energy of Seoul City is now going beyond the boundary status. So global perspectives can be converging into landmark position, landmark area that would be related to the water. Why don't we create a landmark that is related to water? Where it could be, maybe it is depending on the consultation between the Seoul City government and the experts. But we need to set up the appropriate position and make a bold investment so that create a landmark that can attract the attention of the global society related to water.
두식 과장님 열심히 메모하시는.
He just explained very well about my questions. So I noticed that some of people take a note of your comment. So in summary, so our frame of thinking was probably the reason that we did not really tap into accessibility. But if we change the mind and we can have a more accessibility to the rivers, and there is a more room to be more accessible. Because there are branches of a river everywhere across the city, so we can, if we can touch those branches, then we can narrow the gap in the perception of a people's mind with the branches and rivers. So, Professor Koo.
구체적인 방안이나 방향.
So specifically, Professor Yang already explained very well. So So I'm going to leave my comment regarding the Professor Seonwoo Kim on the floor. So he mentioned there could be a confusion and what is the phased approach to address that issue. So I would like to add my comment regarding this one. In the past, it was all about utilization of a river named by the Hangang Renaissance Project, but with the new mayor taking office, we have a different approach. But this greater Hangang project, maybe you think this is another version of the same project, but I think that is not the case because historically, the conservative party led the country, and then the country was led by more progressive party, stressing the vulnerable, and that's what we have gone through in Korea. So we saw the river as a utilization resource and then preservation resource. So that means we are in the process of development overall. And secondly, the Urban Planning Bureau in the Seoul Metropolitan Government is not elaborating on utilization. Rather, they focus on more integrated and comprehensive way, such as a cultural and historical approach and societal approach. So I can say that this version of a plan is more comprehensive rather than utilization. And you also mentioned about the phased approach. So to answer that comment, the Greater Hangang Project suggests the framework of policies. And then there is a private side and public side works to be done. And the first phase is something that we should do first, and then we will have a phased constructions after the phase 1 is completed. We may increase private side to engage in the project. We cannot force them to do the work, so such as we can provide some incentives to the participators. But anyway, this kind of work can only be realized in long term. So we just kind of put down our long-term view into short-term detailed project.
Thank you very much. So maybe we can talk about this, the challenges as well as a resolution. We can discuss this. Maybe whether it is going to be let it alone without any attention, or we need to have provide a heavy attention toward it. So our Dr. Sana Yi is sitting the last seat. So I am also asking questions to her lastly, and also questions that keep posted through the online, so I am taking notes. The first question from online has something to do with Dr. Kim. So it is the same thing related to the content that I am discussing now. So please make a conclusion for that. So Professor E, if you have anything to comment, please feel free to share with us. You can present your idea or you can't. I believe this is a very difficult question and issue. From my perspective, as of now, so society undergoing its changes. So you understand this kind of change, social change. As you already know, the consensus is that our uncertainty is now spreading, expanding, including politics. Also, the city policy, also spatial policy. Now is a transition era, and experimental attempts have been made a lot. So that's why I believe that innovation, the word itself, is now more discussed than before. That's why we are discussing this innovation a lot, due to this kind of a change and transition. So waterfront space in the within urban context, and I don't think that it is easily changing to our behavior action toward a certain space, like for citizens as well. The space, physical space for daily life, should be fully discussed and based on the full understanding. For that time, sufficient time should be given to this kind of a concept change or awareness change. But in terms of the pattern, the social change, you can see that uncertainty is a lot, and right or wrong, which is right or which is wrong, or which is important, which is less important. We have a diverse opinions and different, thinking. But when you look at the overseas cases, foreign cases, and various theories, and also visions presented by the planners, when you consider all of this, the desirable direction for the future, that's something we need to share and think together. However, in the concrete and specified methods to make this implemented, we don't have to be very hurry. We need to gradually create a successful story, and seeing is better than talking and writing. So you need to experience and also see, and through that you can expand your awareness that the space can be changed and converted in this way and that way. So yes, Professor Yang made up also proposal, and also Professor Lee make a proposal. So one of our tasks is very difficult. Also, Professor Ku said it will take a long time. How we can change the city with a waterfront space. So 85% of the waterfront in Han River belongs to the private sector or the residential space. Only 15% can be changed or depending on the public sectors. That's why it is really difficult. Even though that is the case, what you feel about this waterfront space is more than just a public space. It is beyond something that we consider as a boundary. So the professor and Dr. Kim Sona has a very provided presentation that Han River is very close, but it's difficult to access. How do you feel about this?
So there is a core in my presentation, which is a user-centric approach. So when we can also categorize the users. For example, a single person or a person with their dog or with family, or depending on the age of the users. So we have to be as inclusive as possible when we think about this accessibility approach. Well, I thought that I also suggested a approach on embankment, because we cannot solve any issue without not leaving the embankment issue, because there is a big boundary because of the embankment, and the water level never exceeds the embankment, the height of embankment. So above embankment is a road actually. So what if we just leave the road and take out the embankment using it as a bridge, and we can build a barrier wall or cut-off wall, and to make sure we can use it when there is an emergency case, then we should, of course, do some training for the authority. But anyhow, I would like to. My suggestion is to the land should be incorporated in the whether that is a commercial or housing purposes. There are about 20 embankments with very significant level differences. So sometimes it is above ground from one side, but it is under the ground on the other side. So this type of works or renovation work for the embankment should be considered by the Seoul metropolitan government. And this is one of the way we can address the issue that is dividing city and a river. And I would like to also add that there are some concerns I have because we on the state will never be involved in the river construction work forever. So when we actually develop short-term or long-term plan, then it has to be open and flexible plans because things are changing very fast and we are not going to be there forever. So we need to have a new form of a master plan that Seoul can present and showcase to the world. And lastly, I would like to create a new urban narrative. For example, Korea gained a lot of attraction thanks to many films such as Parasite and Squid Game, etc. But my friend in UK asked me, why do you always keep making those gloomy films when we in UK produces Notting Hill or some bright films? Then why all the movies around centering around Hangang is so gloomy and dystopian concept? So my suggestion is why don't we produce a film that describe a bright view of a film? I will borrow you some camera, then you can produce it. But we also need a good director too. Well, there are viewers online, so there could be some misunderstandings here. So I would like to address that. All those comments were grateful, but when we developed the plans in Seoul metropolitan government, we have gone through so many brainstorming and suggestions and proposals and multifaceted considerations. So it seems like the promotion has not touched the heart of a Seoul resident, but the promotion will continue to the end of this year. So please look forward to seeing it with how we are approaching with the waterfront project. And there are many facilities and structures around the river. And there is a suggestion that why you are not taking off or demolish some of the ugly structures around river. Well, I would like to say that the Hangang is directly managed by Ministry of Environment, which means the Seoul metropolitan government need permission from the Ministry of Environment to have just a pillar or column in the area. So the Seoul metropolitan government is making efforts to transform the Han River from hard skim to soft skim. So instead of a concrete, we try to use the soil-based mount so that animals and plants can inhabit in there. So we try to transform it from hard approach to soft approach. So probably the Director General is wearing glasses because he was trying a lot of effort into this project, so he got a bad vision eventually. So please wait and see what we are coming up with this project. And we have many comments online. I may go with this one first. Professor Yang said, when you go to branches, you get more closer to a waterfront or even to streamlets or creek. There is something that I regret is since the focus is all about water controlling, there is no some kind of reservoir. So we have to pump out the water to keep the water level. Therefore, one of the viewers on YouTube channel just leave a comment that there are enough water from the groundwater. Then what about the groundwater beneath the buildings in Seoul? That's amount to 2.3 million ton daily. So the water said, the YouTube water said, how can we use this abundant water resource? Would you please give the microphone to director?
Yes, I'm the Director General of the Urban Planning Bureau. So I'm very pleased to have this conference for the first time in 3 and 4 years. So there are several things I want to share with you. So as you already heard through the media, so our Bureau of the Urban Policy is going to be changed. So Urban Space Headquarters, we are going to change it to the name. So with that, there are lots of feelings and ideas. Maybe I'm the last head of the Urban Policy Planning Bureau because our bureau is going to be changed. But thinking back, so land law was implemented in force in 1960s, and also last year with that planning, Han River is now marking the 60th anniversary. And also in terms of identity, that the society demands, we need to change about the identity of Han River. So we manage and administer the city through the zoning system, but the future of the city will be the thinking and also the planning. That part should have more power and the balance. So we need to improve the realistic issues, and also through the collaboration with the relevant stakeholders and partners, I believe that urban policy planning, the role has been also more expanded. So as the Professor Son mentioned about the Seoul City urban planning, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, Seoul is not an international city. It's only the small city in the Joseon dynasty. But in this short period of time, 50 or 60 years, during these years, the Seoul metropolitan city become an international city and shoulder to shoulder other the major cities in the world. So we feel very proud of it. And also our seniors and our the former policymakers, they made a lot of efforts. That is a part of it. They made a certain contribution to the current state of the Han River. But we are not only following the examples of the advanced cities and countries. Maybe we need to set the standard, and so other cities can follow us. We need to become a first mover as a city. That's something that I can think of. In that process, we come up with the plans very much restrictive and the regulation focused. But I believe that there has been certain change from that concept. So through the change of the land use system, we are now thinking about is Han River and also tourism for Han River. And there are many things underway in the name of the urban planning. Regarding the water and related to water, it is also the target and the subject of the terror and fear. When I was young, I already saw that the water overflow from the embankment of the Han River. I was afraid about that. Things have been improved and better, way better than before. But still, there is an issue about safety related to the flooding of the Han River. Also, last year we have a water-related disasters, and flooding-related disasters. So I believe that the Seoul City government is doing certain active preparation against that. And the use of the waterfront space. Yes, I traveled around the world and see and experience the major cities. When overseas cities, and they have a wonderful museum galleries in the waterfront space as well as a city hall. But so it does not have that kind of space in the waterfront. So Han River is kind of outskirts of this the city center, which is surrounded by the 4 main gates. But so Han River is now the center of the Seoul city. I believe that designating that will be the beginning of the planning and restoring and regenerating the Han River and Han River waterfront. There has been a lot of efforts on the way to improve Han River and also waterfronts. So we need to take those kind of measures one by one and step by step so that we can make Han River to be loved by citizens. So with the flagship of the Han River and its plan, we are going to implement each plan one by one, thinking that this year is the first and beginning year to make that happen. So there are a lot of concerns worries that we have as a policy implementing agency. So if climate change gets serious, Korea is going to be a water insufficient country, water lacking country, deficient countries. So maybe we need to also consider the water runoff underground to fulfill the needs of our water needs. And large residential complex, we also made a proposal about this, the underground water runoff usage, but it is still difficult to accept the kind of idea. So people believe that that is a public sector, not a private sector. Private sector is not likely to sacrifice themselves to create the public ground runoff area to be used for the water maintenance water. So maybe in the future, regulative and enforceable plans to use the underground water runoff but from the public perspective. First of all, I believe that the viewers and the audience are very interested in underground runoff water. That is something that we feel it is very serious. So as of now, rain runoff is flowing together with the Han River. So we need to kind of reconstruct the waterways to deal with this kind of rainwater runoff. So we need to solve this one by one. Maybe if we specify this kind of plan, we can share with you. For this issue, I'd like to ask our panelists. I'd like to receive some questions from the panelists. And streams and rivers need to maintain water. In order to do that, we need to have a maintenance water. So in this natural stream, there is always water gathered and then overflow. That kind of a water always there in the nature. But we always have rapids and in the natural status, but since due to the flood control and the water control, now we have runs out of a kind of rapids or maintenance water. And also, in order to create this kind of rapids or the water in the pond, we need to have a drop structures, but sometimes the drop structures has been recognized as a certain risk or dangerous items to the nature. So if you have any kind of ideas about the drop structures, please feel free to share with us. So let me share with you my experience. So I told you that we need to make the best use of our the small streams and the branches. To make the best use of it, there is a competition, an open competition led by the Seoul City government. I once participated in the judge for those kind of open competition. And there was one episode that I participated in. I cannot name of it. It was the competition to use create the best use of the streams. But in that small stream, there is a plan to create a rapids for the maintenance water. But the urban planners and also landscapers, that is really a good idea to create a rapids and ponds to maintain water. There are two experts in environment and other two are urban planning, but one urban planner was not attending, but environmentalists object to these ponds and the rapids because if we have a rainwater collecting place, rapids, it's really difficult because it can create a certain environmental contamination. So due to this kind of unbalanced judges in that open competition, we were not able to accommodate this rapids creation. So those who are focusing on environment, they focus on safety and also pollution, because for a long time, water contamination is a long-term issue. So you know that we've been experiencing the fear and terror about the flooding. So water just likely to overflow from the embankment of the water. So in terms of a safety issue, people have a concerns. They really want to object to the creating certain maintenance water reservoir. So we need to reach a certain consensus over this issue between the environmentalists and also the landscaping experts. I really agree on that idea. The same thing we are talking about. So in the society that created water, I really receive a lot of attacks from the opposite side because rather than attack, I believe that they are just to fulfill and focus on their job. So in Korea, we have 4 major rivers: Han River and Nakdong rivers. So due to the flooding fear, we will never have a lifetime to get closer to the Han River and Nakdong River. So why don't we create a waterfront space inside of this water, like the Venice? But from that perspective, we receive a lot of attacks. First, regarding the water volume, how we can deal with the water quality. So 2.0 millisec, the water flow, and if it is evaporate, we need to provide 30 to 40,000 tons of water. What about the hydroecology, whether it is going to be maintained or not? And also mosquitoes. If we have a water, the stay and mosquitoes will gather, and the mosquito attack is something they mention as an issue for maintenance water. So water shouldn't be stay. It should be circulated, so that we can have a direct quality of life to an emotional, sensation to the people.
놓고
Without fulfilling those factors, it is really unlikely to be successful in creating the waterfront space. So sometimes it is difficult to implement the idea because just installing one toilet and restroom takes 1 year in the local government sector. So as citizen mentioned, we need to have a certain sequence of this planning implementation. So for the maintenance water and water runoff, maybe we can induce some water from the Han River. And also we need to discharge the water, which is the same quality of the Han River, into the sea. So what I want to make a proposal, water volume includes rainwater, underground water, and also filtration water from the streams. Best option is that so individual person consumes 0.3 tons of water. And so if you multiply the population of Seoul, it could be the tons of water, and it will go to also wastewater treatment facility. So Korea is going to become a water deficient country. So we need to secure certain water volume. So we need to make the best use of the wastewater, treated wastewater. So water is the basic necessity for every life. So we need to make the best use of the treated wastewater and then discharge this water into the branch streams. That's the best solution possible. And the water should be stay and stagnated. So branch side and branch streams, we can allow the stagnation of the water. I believe that they can be handled and dealt with by the local autonomous government. So autonomous district and its government, they have every responsibility to maintain the quality of the water, even though it is stagnated in the stream. Otherwise, it will be very disappointing. So I believe that those things are not something that we need to worry and concern, rather something we need to resolve. So recently, there is increasing concern about water, so I share my concerns regarding water.
그래서 고민.
It is true that we worry about the abundant water and lack of water. So, in order to get closer to water, then we need a supply of water supply. So we will have to explore how we can tap into the water resources better. So I'm gonna pass the microphone later. So it's again connect with the safety issue. So I'd like to continue to talk about safety. Lately, heavy rain damaged our life lately, particularly around river areas. So when there was no excavation or emergency plan, because usually if the rainfall, if it rains gradually, then we can do something about it. But when the rain pours very heavily in short time, then we may not have enough measures to prevent this. So I would like to learn from some of the overseas cases. First, from Mayor Linz said that during the 2013 flooding event in Linz City, it was a case in Passau. So again, he mentioned about the 200-year water level. So there is a barometer of a waterfall in government buildings, in many government buildings actually. But unpredicted water level from stormwater, I was so shocked that there was no casualty from this intensive heavy rain. So I asked, my question is if there is any excavation or emergency team, or do you train regularly, or how do you do that? And he answered that, well, it became a regular part of their daily lives in the city of Linz. So I would like to know if there are some measures or approaches you take when there is such an heavy rainfall in the city. How, like mitigation things, what do you have in the city of Linz?
We are as well confronted with stormy and strong weather situations as nearly all countries all over the world, except some perhaps in Africa not. But I think there's only a solution on a, let's say, on a long-term way, perhaps on a middle term. The long term in, let's start with the middle term. The middle term, we have a new regulation since 1.5 years now in our city that each flat roof which is constructed new and is more than 100 square meters, and nearly all buildings have this size nowadays, there you have to green them up, and really greening with small trees, with possibilities there that even you can produce honey because bees can live there because of the flowers and so on. So this is important because there we get some water rid of the streets. We decided not to extend the system of colonization because in our case it works in 99% of the time. And so this investment we decided not to do. And I think it will work in a midterm situation. But the most important thing, I think, is for the younger generation, the long-term situation. We have to switch over. And we try to reconstruct some parts of the city where we try to get, for instance, we use the parking spaces, parking for car in a new way. They have to go underground. And upstairs, we try to organize or to reconstruct. That's the real situation, to reconstruct with parks and green, to give it back even to the people with trees. And this helps us, not in the middle term, but in a long-term way, to get rid of bad situations because of thunderstorming and these situations. Because we all know that within the next 30 or 40 years, we have to live with that what happened now because of the climate change. And our job is to protect our citizens in the future for much better, for much worse situation. So that's, I think, the only thing we can do. But we did not invest in infrastructure because this doesn't solve the problem.
시장님,
Mayor,
Is there a tax for the rainfall in Linz?
rain tax. Do you have a rain tax? Rain tax. So when there's a rain, so if you cannot recycle water or rainwater, you need to pay tax. Do you have rain tax?
Rain tax because I have to confess I've been listening very exactly what we were talking about, but that's not a problem in my country. Thanks God. We have enough water. We are thinking about to export water. And not only for sparkling water in bottles, but to make a business out of this, because our situation in the Alps, we still have snow, so we get it in the spring and summer, and we have a lot of rivers, so this problem, we have other problems, but this problem is not an Austrian problem, and therefore we don't have any tax.
오케이. 그 사실은
That is true, because Austria is very famous for water, generating electricity using water. So there are many water generating facilities in everywhere in Austria. So the reason I asked this question to you is that it was about the heavy rainfall, because the Linz city is also working on pre-dam. So I would like to know that the pre-dam should function at some extent, and a certain type of vegetation is needed to keep it, and we also need a certain type of a new parking lot system to increase the infiltration level. For example, we have an underground parking lot, and then we have a increased vegetation above ground. So that was the reason I asked that question. But we're supposed to end at 5 p.m. But can we have more time? Then I would like to know the case in Venice, because the sea level surged lately and the city was submerged. So the Venice faces this sea level rise issues other than the rainfall. So I think there is an ambitious plan to prevent sea level rise and the heavy rainfall. Then I would like to know how the authority and the local government can cope with this risk.
Thank you for the question. May I have 2 hours to answer? Because it's a question. It's a very important question. We have to consider that the geographical situation of Venice, you remember this slide that I showed about Venice. Venice is in the middle of a basin, a lagoon, which is open to the sea through 3 mouths. The level of the water of the lagoon depends from the level of the Adriatic Sea. And when we have a wind blowing from southeast, the level of the Adriatic increases a lot. Enter Venice, and this spontaneous movement, because consider also that in Venice we don't have any kind of sewage against pollution. The only cleaning of Venice is that of moving of the sea. When sea enter is clean, when go out 6 hours later is dirty. So this continuous movement is absolutely necessary for the life of the town, city, people, and so on. So it is impossible to close the dikes. So at the moment, Venice is safe, we hope, because the system of movable dikes have been done by the government. It's very expensive, very difficult, but it seems working. When the forecasts are for the increasing the level of the Adriatic, they close for half a day, 10 hours are closed, so they defend the lagoon from the entering of the sea. That seems to be considered, but consider that when the dikes are closed, no boat may enter or go in, and so the traffic, fishing are completely stopped. And also it is necessary for hygienic problems to open as soon as possible, just well, this is the situation. The situation for the moment seems to be enough, but consider that the level of the ground of Venice is going down, because there is a sort of decreasing generally speaking, and the level of the sea is increasing in future. So we don't know which kind of solution could be possible. Some experts about that are thinking about the idea to pumping water on the ground in such a way the town, the level of the town could increase, but it's only an hypothesis. For the moment, we consider our city safe, and so in fact the dikes are closed 2, 3, 4 days in the year. So for us is convenient. But it's a problem. It's an open problem at the moment. Nobody knows what to do. Probably Korean expert could help Venetians to do something.
사실 망구스 답변이 정답인 것 같은.
So I believe that Professor Mungo's answers is right. And I think that no one will get the right answer to this issue. As we experience, and when you go to the Haeundae Beach, when there is a typhoon, water level went up so that we deconstruct the big barrier. Likewise, no one can prevent the water webson and water coming and going, so that we just accustomed to these water flows, and then our life can be adjusted to this kind of natural phenomenon. Since we have the limited time for the YouTube broadcasting, and also we have so it's time for us to finish. So why don't we start from the manager of Seoul City Government, director of Seoul City Government, and please give us a conclusion. So for 2 days, we also discuss a very quality discussion and content in the presentation as well as a discussion. Especially there is a quality opinions in the discussion. So when I was sitting on the floor, Dr. Kim Sona said that we need to present a unique the plan. Even though there is a good plan, always just copying from other countries is not going to give any kind of inspiration and excitement. So we are going to have a innovative idea and make a challenge. And so when we construct the metro, so we also kind of reroute the streams of the water when there is a metro underground. So, but it is really difficult to maintain the maintenance water runoff underground. So that's why there is areas that we feel more difficulty. So I think this area, this part, that's something that we continue to address and work on. There are a lot of questions regarding from the online. So there is a lot of reconstruction work underway in nearby the waterfront of Han River. So sometimes this reconstruction can hinder the skyline of Han River. So why don't we relocate the residential facilities to the waterfront so that it will not hinder skyline and also allow as many people as possible to use that facility. So now I'm going to reversely go to the Dr. Kim Sona. Please go ahead. So regarding the city management, there is a mentioning about from the professor. So let me add on that. I believe that this has been done in many places as a practice. In the 21st century, each autonomous government administrative agency should have a certain specific department to manage the city. So current the city management department is about is coming up with a plan for management of each city part. But the budget, manpower, and post-management, all those should be planned together. That's something that this department should do with. Otherwise, you just construct the building and then no maintenance. Later, it will be dilapidated without any maintenance and destroy and reconstruct again. So that's why Linz and also Venice cases, many cities are now allocating the budget for the maintenance and conservation for the city facilities. I believe the Seoul City should have a new consideration on that, or set up the new department and new manpower to allocate for that efforts.
So I was impressed by the future urban planning. And the Urban Planning Bureau will change the name as the Urban Space Bureau. So the Urban Space Bureau will lead many changes in the city. That's what I really want to see in the future. And one of the questions was about skyline in Seoul compared to the wide range of Han River, the skylines is quite monotonous. Could be something that we can address. Sometimes the high-rise kind of block the view of the sky, and sometimes we need this dynamic skylines that gives us something that we can appreciate. So we needed that type of a space plan, and then that include design, vertical design, and then zoning, a new type of zoning, and that could be very good to consider within the bureau, and then procuring and securing parks and then green area could be diversified with many know-hows and knowledges. And then I was really privileged and give my thanks to everyone who participated and prepared for the discussion. And then Professor Gu, and then Professor Yang, and then Mayor from Linz, and then Professor Mancuso will share their last comment. I presented the greater Hangang River, so I will say that because of the changes of the leadership, there was a change in from preservation to utilization. But still, what I want to say is still the water flows in a Hangang River. So that means instead of a short-term perspective reliant on the leadership or tenure of a mayor, but we should take a long-term approach to realize our long-term view on the river. So that's what I like to emphasize on. And the last thing is that about the integration, not just utilization or just preservation. We wanted to include and invite the pedestrian in our plan. So probably you said the urban space office can take good leadership on this management. Professor Yang, I will talk some micro approach as you just Professor Goose says the macro approach. There are some rates in the land that could be sold and that cannot be sold, and usually that rate is 50 versus 50. So my proposal is that both ways of Hangang River is not that opened. So let's say openness is 1. Then we have to increase it to 45% for the public land. That means we have to open up the 50% we have in the public sector. Then I think we can increase the openness index. So there is a system in Korea to manage the greenbelt area. So I think we can also work on this to increase the openness to up to 50%, not just in this tenure of the mayor, but because we have to know it's a democracy, so we have to fear the citizens and be bold to our approach to the space. Now, I am not sure if we can actually overhaul the ordinance of the city, but that could be explored, I think. And if in terms of accessibility, I'll be brief. So I learned accessibility in the UK, so I have always this type of a view when I have this urban planning. And it was there was an accident in that involves trolley because it goes down on the slide. So when the this autonomous driving cars can drive it underground. So there are two pillars we can use one in Gangnam and one in Gangbuk district. So people can actually feel that this approach could be viable actually. So those type of pilot project can prove. So what we need is 3.25 by 4 meter, so we can implement it. So I would like to suggest this more specific suggestions to you. Thank you.
So let me hear his last word. From the Mayor Linz. I'll give it. He's going to say last word for this conference.
Congratulations to this Congress. It has been, from my side on, a very inspiring Congress, and I wish you all the best for developing your areas. And I'm not here for making suggestions, but my experience is that on the one hand, we need a master plan. And we always have to look on it that within this frame, we behave in our projects. But we also have to be always a little bit flexible. Master plans, we need so much time in Europe. I don't know if it is in your country as well as in my country, but a master plan is 5 years. After 5 years, a lot of things changed. And sometimes not only small ones. And I think it's very necessary that urban planners and the responsible politicians stay always in contact and also have the possibility to be a little flexible and change, because the most important thing is that it works for our citizens and not for ourselves. Thank you once more for the invitation.
고맙습니다, 시장님.
Let me hear the last comment from the Professor Mancuso. Please go ahead.
I would like to thank again everybody for this invitation. It was a fantastic opportunity for me and for my wife, which is architect, is not in the room now, to come back to come in Seoul, where we came 30 years ago, and I came here because of some relationships with the universities, also because I had a friend, architect, Suk-chul Kim. He was the architect of Seoul Art Center, and he invited me. During my journey to Japan, he suggested to stop here in Seoul, visiting Seoul, so we spent some days here. And I remember a fantastic evening in Seoul, the second day or the third, I don't remember. We met with Suk-chul Kim, his wife, and my wife, and they said, come with me. They had a bag full of food, beverage, and a cover. Where are we going? We are going in front of River Han, because we will have a dinner there, and that was fantastic, because I don't remember which part, because I have only a general idea. It was full of families, father, mother, children moving, running. And we spent 3-4 hours in standing there, eating, conversation. We had an idea about Seoul, incredible, but there is this possibility in a metropolis of Seoul. Yes, it is. And citizen, Seoul was a citizen, and his wife asked to go there, not in another place, but just in front of the river Han. That was a fantastic opportunity. So thank you again for having given me the possibility to understand more about your river, what we are doing, the ideas, the projects, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I would like to send my special thanks to everyone, panelists and presenters, and the audience. Water flows because it flows from the upper side to the lower side, and then eventually reaches, whether it be the sea or whether it be lake, to be harmonious. So all those process signifies that we are in the process of making balance and harmony. So please wait, be patient and bear with us. Then we will provide the harmony to you. Thank you again, and thank you for your patience to 5 p.m. more than 5 p.m. Thank you.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So the moderators are very excellently leading this panel discussion. So there was a very smooth running and operation of this panel discussion. With the topic, on the waterfront, a space for reflection and relaxation, we are closing the 2-day conference. Once again, I'd like to express my thanks to all the participants, including the speakers, panelists, as well as the viewers. So through the waterfront and renovation, how we can also look toward this future. And I'd like to always extend my thanks and appreciation to the officials from the Seoul City government as well as the participants. Next year, I'm promising that we are going to have the fruitful conference again. Thank you very much. Thank you.